Welcome to Tezos Respawn, the future of gaming and Web3. I'm Andrew Hayward, senior writer at Decrypt, covering gaming, NFTs, and the metaverse. Today, I'm joined by Alexis Bonte from the Stillfront Group and Max Steckel from Dogami. We're going to talk about the rise of Web3 tech and what gaming and sports executives should know about the space, including opportunities and challenges before diving in. Max, Alexis, thank you for joining me. I know both of you participate in the Tezos ecosystem in one way or another. So why don't we start off by having each of you briefly introduce yourselves, tell me about what it is that you do and your own background in Web3.
Max, you go.
Thanks. Sure. Hey, I'm Max, co-founder and CEO of Dogami. So Dogami is a mobile play-to-earn game in which you effectively adopt and raise a virtual NFT dog. Here today on behalf of a founder team of 4. And yeah, we've recently been backed by Animoca Brands and Ubisoft, collected $6 million USD to build our vision of the Petaverse, in which we want to leverage highly like augmented reality, mobile gaming, and want to tap into the big communities of NFT lovers and dog lovers.
Excellent. And I'm Alexis Bonte. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Stillfront. Stillfront is a games group that's traded on the Swedish NASDAQ. We have 21 game studios, mostly free to play and mobile, but also browser and PC and console. And I'm also a member of the Tezos Foundation Board, which is a nonprofit whose objective is to basically support the Tezos ecosystem.
And why should business leaders in the gaming and sports industries be paying attention to Web3? I mean, how big of an impact can blockchain technology have on these businesses?
Yeah, I'll start. So I've been doing this for a long time. So I was part of the Web 1.0. So I still remember Web 1.0. Back in 1998, I was actually part of the founding team. The company was called lastminute.com, which was the Expedia of Europe at the time. I think we were one of the first unicorns in Europe when there were not that many unicorns. And I remember at the time when we were doing that, we're basically selling travel tickets and hotel rooms online. And a lot of people tell me today, but what was the point of that? What was what was so special anyway? And I say, well, one of the things that you forget is not just the convenience, because you say, no, the price is bullshit. It's like, no, the price is not bullshit. If you think about it, in Web 1.0, before you had all of these tariffs online, you would go to your travel agent and you would basically say, hey, I want to fly to New York, and it would tell you, sure, that'd be $1,500. Oh, I can't afford that. Oh, wait, no, $1,200. There was no price transparency, and then we put all of that online, and that made a big change. Then obviously the experience was shit at the beginning. The images would take ages to load. It would probably take you 10 minutes to book a flight ticket and all that. Now you can do that in a few seconds, right? And then there was the whole kind of successive waves of innovation. I don't want to talk about Web 2.0. I think the next big innovation was really mobile and the mobile internet. And I still remember WAP. As some of you are old enough might know that the beginning on your mobile phone, the mobile internet was something that was called WAP, and WAP was crap. Basically, it just didn't work. It was terrible. You can do anything with it. Now most of the internet, of your internet life probably happens on your mobile, and that's all you do. And I think Web 3.0 is really kind of that 1998 period of Web 1.0. And that WAP mobile is crap almost period of the mobile internet. It's really at the beginning, with one major difference. There's a lot more money coming into it much sooner, much faster, which means that there's two things that are happening. First of all, the window of opportunity for startups to really scale, and make their spaces much smaller. So you're looking at, and the second thing is for the incumbents, so the big executives, the sports executives, or the company executives. That means that these startups, they're coming a lot more aggressive, a lot more faster, and with a lot more money. So you've got less time to react before they basically, eat your cake.
Absolutely. So Alexis has mentioned the amount of money that flows into that space. But I think also one aspect that's important for Web3 that might be not as prominent yet is that with the rise of these new projects and products, also consumer expectations change. So Web3 is really enabled by blockchain, decentralization, and also token economics. And for example, when you look to gaming, you can now build games that allow a large pool of players to earn money, or to at least earn assets that they then can sell on a liquid market. And with that revenue generating opportunity, also the expectations towards more traditional players change. And when you, for example, look to Google, I mean, why does Google or Facebook capitalize on the data of the users without giving anything back other than the services? If you had a token in place that rewards you for the data you've given and that has been exploited on your behalf, it would be a very different offering for those big players. And obviously there's a lot of room for opportunity.
Yeah, what are the biggest, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, can I react on that? Because I think there is one thing that I want to clear out about, play and earn games, and because I don't like the term play to earn. I don't think it's sustainable and free to play. And I think it's an important distinction. I think play to earn is very difficult because if you're designing a game where you expect people to actually make a living and really kind of earn money, the majority of the players, I don't think that's, I've helped design game economies in free to play, and I think that just doesn't work. It's extremely difficult. And then at best, you either only survive for as long as you get new players coming in, those players, they go into guilds and they go from, the next game to the next game to the next game that basically earns them the most. So if you look at all these economies, I look at very much like the content economy, and like a good parallel, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, would be, YouTube. 98% of people who consume YouTube, don't make any money, right? And don't create any content. Maybe 2% or 3%, I don't remember the exact number, will create some content, will do a few things, right? And will earn some money. And then maybe 0.1 or 0.2% will earn enough to make a living, and 0.01% will earn a fortune. I think that Web 3.0 allows you to have that sort of economy into games, with probably a bit more of the audience that can make back some of the money they're investing, and there's all the concept of ownership and all that. So I think everyone who participates will have ownership and will get some of their investment in time and that back. But the vast majority will still be paying for entertainment because the games will be entertaining. And then a small minority will potentially, make a decent revenue out of it, and a very small minority of really talented creators or gamers or will make a very good living. And I think it's important that we think about play and earn that way, because that's a sustainable game economy, and a sustainable model.
I agree with you. I always compare it a bit with, for example, Tesla or Amazon, that have notoriously burned a lot of cash, in the first few years of their existence. And then they basically changed their revenue model or pricing model such that it became profitable. And yes, you're right. I also don't think that it's sustainable that every player can earn or is a net receiver. It's just not how it works. And only banking on guilds. So guilds are basically communities of players that get together to play one game, is also not sustainable because they have very low switching cost. But anyway, I think what's very powerful about decentralization and NFTs is the opportunity of introducing digital ownership. So that you actually, oh, sorry, lights went off here. That you actually have the opportunity to own a digital asset, like a game avatar, a picture, ticket, whatever, that you can sell easily to other players, which has not been possible previously.
Well, it was possible, but it was illegal in most games. You would do it in eBay, exactly, with no security, with nothing. I think there's a statistic for it's very common in hardcore MMOs in particular, and there's a statistic that for some hardcore MMOs, let's say the black economy The economy that happens outside of the game is sometimes as big or bigger than the economy within the game. So that's an interesting statistic.
Yeah. So for example, there was the notorious World of Warcraft farms in China back in the day when it was still very popular, where crowds of people would play World of Warcraft to sell the items on eBay. Yeah. And now you can create official markets that also the publishers can tap into, and I think that's interesting for both game publishers but also sport executives.
Sorry, Andrew, we're not letting you ask questions.
That's okay. Yeah, talk all you want.
We're jamming here. We're jamming.
Exactly.
You guys are great. I appreciate it. So given some of the things that you were talking about, play and earn, gaming models, asset ownership, what are some of the biggest ways that you think Web3 will revolutionize the game industry in the years to come?
Max, you're the forefront of this. No, you're the okay. I mean, or if you want, I can give my very basic view of it, but then you're the one at the forefront. So maybe then you build on that. True. How's that?
How is it going to revolutionize? Again, I think it changes the incentive structure of the games a bit. Obviously, the game entertainment factor is still important. But I mean, if you do the basic comparison of, you have two equal games. In one, you have like digital ownership, and you can, if you're very good, earn money, or at least earn liquid assets. And then the other one, you can't. You choose the one in which you can earn something. And I think that's going to be a big paradigm shift. And yeah.
Can I react on that, Max?
Sure. Of course, yeah.
So I agree with you. And then when I try to explain this to the 1,500 people at Stillfront and the 21 studios, by the way, most of them are doing free to play, and some of them are looking at this Web 3.0 game, the same way that the premium guys, the guys who do premium games that you have to pay up front, were looking at free to play. When I started free to play back in 2007, they're like, oh, it's a pyramid scheme. It doesn't work. It's all broken. It's not possible. I give them the exact example, but listen, we have this big IP, this big game, and then, we can give them the exact same game, except, they own part of it. Which one do you think they're going to play? And my answer is a bit more contrasted than this. I actually think a lot of people are going to decide to still play that simple game without the kind of game economy, in particular for what I would call casual and mid-core games. I think it's with the games where there's a lot more engagement, where you're kind of investing maybe 3, 4 hours, 5 hours of your life every day, where you're really going to see potentially a shift to that sort of game, or maybe the games that that become like a hobby. So maybe you don't play 3 hours a day, but you play it every single day, like a Tamagotchi. You play it every day for years and years and years. So those games, I believe, I don't think they're going to take the whole market, because there's still a premium market, there's a free-to-play market, and there will be a play and earn market. But I think they will take a bigger percentage of the market now. But I don't believe in play and earn taking over, Candy Crush.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, Alexei is raising a good point. When you look at the current play and earn landscape, there is, like, those games are usually inferior to traditional games. And yeah, because people are more focused on the tech and the blockchain and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. And usually people who build these games are not game developers in the first place, but rather people who have an idea and then try to build a game around that. But as famously described in the Innovator's Dilemma in the book, is like always in the beginning when a new technology comes, it's inferior to the common technology, and then eventually takes over or might take over. Let's see.
Yeah, it's something that you just said, Max, about how they sort of build the idea and then they have to figure out a game around it. I was speaking with Jiho from Axie Infinity recently, and he said, when we started, we built what we could with the talent that we had. And now that it's blown up, we can hire, we've got the profile to hire real veteran game developers, and we can build it into something, more interesting, more engaging, something that people actually want to play for more than a couple of weeks or a couple months. So yeah, I hear you there. Let's talk Tezos. We've seen Ubisoft and Team Vitality embrace it in recent months. We've seen Red Bull Racing and McLaren partner with Tezos. In your view, what helps Tezos stand apart from a very crowded pack of blockchain platforms? Alexis.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the example of McLaren and Red Bull, where as part of the foundation, I was closely involved in in discussing with them, and I know Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren, so that's kind of how things started on that side. And I think the key advantages there were really, the first thing was the fact that that Tezos is a sustainable blockchain, right? We're not destroying the planet each time we mint or trade an NFT. And that's not the case for a lot of the other blockchains, no matter what they say. So I think that was I think one of the key elements to convince them to do that. And then the second thing was also, and that's something that's also not widely known, but the way that Tezos is builds a lot of reassurance for these really big companies that have a big reputational risk if they get it wrong. It's a truly decentralized blockchain. The foundation, doesn't own Tezos. There's not one person who decides what Tezos is. There's a proper governance system behind it. The foundation is Big Four audited every year. So it's something that's kind of where they're able to see that it's not cowboys. It's serious. So I think that makes also quite a big difference and reassures quite a lot of these big partners. I'm not saying that everyone else all the other ones are cowboys, but I'm just saying Tezos has taken a serious approach to this. So that's the second element that makes a big difference. And I think the final thing is the fact that really the ecosystem, we don't realize, but especially in terms of NFTs. If you look at the number of transactions and contracts that happen every month, is growing exponentially at an incredible speed. And that means that the tools, the knowledge, the people who know to develop and that are just becoming more and more and more. And there's really a community that's really helping each other. And so they've been able to build products quite quickly. I know that Max, and I'm going to hand over to Max. You've benefited a lot from the ecosystem and from connections there to help you build the Dogami much faster.
Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely a very tightly knit community that knows each other, and I think the quality of the products and services that are being built on the chain are very high in general. But also I think, apart from the points that Alexi mentioned, like the energy efficiency and the fact that the foundation is very professional, I think what stands out to me is the technology around it, and the fact that you can upgrade the blockchain in a governance process. I think that's extremely powerful, that you can launch an update request and then people vote for it, and then eventually the blockchain upgrades without having to do a hard fork, as you see it in other blockchains. And that obviously gives a lot of room to grow and to evolve as time goes. And that shouldn't be underestimated, because as we see in Ethereum, they're really struggling with only introducing Ethereum 2.0. And that's something that Tezos is doing really well, I think.
The blockchain and Web3 space is rapidly evolving all the time. It's so fast. How can executives keep up with everything and truly understand the opportunities here?
There's only way. So I'm afraid, I consider myself an entrepreneur, but I'm afraid I'm now falling more and more into the executive profile, being the CEO of a publicly traded company. So, there's only one way, is do it yourself, get into it. I've started, obviously collecting NFTs on the Tezos ecosystem, first, on Hickenlunk, then, also on object.com, how does it work, minting my own NFTs, doing angel investing, in a lot of, Web 3.0 companies, small checks, how can I help you? Full disclosure, I'm a very small investor in Dogami, in Max's company. So so I think that's the way you do it, is really engage with the community, meet the players in the community, invest if you can, use it, use the product, have wallets on several, say, work with different blockchains, compare, get the feeling, I bought an NFT, on OpenSea, and I think it's OpenSea is great, but I think I paid more in gas fees than the actual cost, the actual value of the NFT in the end. So, and then I did the same thing on Untitled.com, and it was much better. It will change. It will get better, and I'm sure it's because I didn't select the option to use the layer 2, whatever. Understand these things, engage, do it, basically.
Yeah, I think the good news is that we're very early, and also I have to explain to my friends how it works, what the difference between an exchange is and a wallet is, and so forth. The thing, as Alexei mentioned, is the most important thing is to just use it. So have some skin in the game, buy some crypto, follow the markets, experience how crazy the volatility is, and so forth. And then also, yeah, sign on with your wallet into different decentralized applications, etc. And unless you have done that, I think you don't really understand how powerful it is that you have one identity, that is your wallet address, which you can link to every application on the web, and without having to log on to that page whatsoever. Yeah. And then follow some crypto media, but it's extremely fast and it's extremely hard to follow because it's 24/7.
Yeah, it's nonstop. Let's talk about fan engagement across both games and sports. How can Web3 tech, including NFTs, help drive increased engagement and interest amongst fans?
I think I'm going to be very short, and I'll let Max develop, because I think they're doing incredible work at Dogami there. But to me, it's the complete missing point from people who are not in the industry or not inside, or executives don't see. They're like, oh, they're seeing these NFTs and they're going for all these crazy prices and all that. And they're like, oh, I don't understand. And this is not art. And this is not this. And it's whether like, no, you don't get it. It's almost like buying an entry to a club. You're part of a club. It's not about just the NFT. It's about the community that's behind that NFT. It's the entry that gives you, it's the access to the Discord channel. It's the direct access to either the artist or the brand or whoever's behind it. It's all of the things that they can do below it. Identify that you've kept that NFT for X amount of time, and therefore you get a free NFT as a surprise. All this sort of stuff. All this kind of social community building that you can do around it, that I think is extremely powerful. And I think that's the reason I really believe that there's a fundamental value here that is being built, and that you cannot ignore. But you're doing incredible things at Dogami there, so.
Yeah, that's going well so far. We have the first person with a Dogami tattoo, actually. No, but it's really about building a community and building something for a group of shared interests. In our case, it's like gaming lovers and dog lovers. But also when you go on our Discord, there's like 60,000 members, and out of which 20% are always online. We have doctors moderating the Discord for free. It's absolutely incredible. But really what I think is important to them is that there's some content that they like, there's some topics that they can talk about. And eventually this Dogami, this virtual NFT dog, becomes a token of who they are and a part of their identity. Sounds a bit corny, but it's the equivalent of owning a t-shirt from that Led Zeppelin tour in 1980. It's it's a souvenir of your memories and experiences in the web and on Discord. And obviously you can also flex it online. So you can show it on your OpenSea page or your object page, eventually probably also on Instagram. And you can basically signal online in your public presence that you are part of this community, which is obviously extremely interesting for sports executives.
So despite some of the excitement within the crypto gaming space, I think when you look into the outside or traditional gaming space, we've seen a lot of pushback to companies that are trying to enter with NFTs. Some people that are vocal about it will cite the environmental impact, regardless of platform. And even if even if that complaint doesn't really apply to that platform, other people think that it's a grift or a scam. So how can NFTs get over the hump and find acceptance amongst gamers?
Lexi?
Yeah, okay, I'll start. So I think this basically, bizarrely enough, in the games industry, it's difficult to innovate, especially for those premium franchises, those premium IPs, the FIFAs, the Rainbows, the Call of Duties, other stuff. These are, you have people who have been playing, every single Call of Duty for the past, I don't know, 15, 20 years and buy it religiously, and they're used to paying, $60 and that's it and all that. And there was the same backlash the moment they started saying, well, you can have now DLCs, which is, we're gonna do an extra thing into the game. And it's like, oh, DLCs, that's terrible. Now DLCs are completely accepted and normal. Then there was like, oh, okay, now you're going to be able to buy, in-game content. And they're like, oh, big backlash and all that. That's terrible. I think part of it was a lot of this was just poorly designed and done and marketed and really done a bit like a cash grab. And that's really what you don't do. And I think the second thing was Web 3.0, the ownership side is so important. But for a lot of these big public companies, and I know, because one of them, is kind of difficult to have terms and conditions that say that everything that you've created in your game belongs to the player or why they use it. So sometimes they have some terms and conditions that are just written by lawyers and not checked by people that understand Web 3.0, and therefore that's also part of the backlash. I think it's all normal. It's part of the initial steps of getting into this, and that as we start releasing this in with better experiences in a better way, it will simply go away. And also there's also the fact that the Web 3.0 kind of gaming will work with some franchises and will not work with other franchises. It's as simple as that as well.
Yeah, interesting perspective from Alexis. I think also some of the gaming publishers you see, they took a bit of an awkward approach. It's my opinion, obviously, but it's like, okay, we have this IP. How can we monetize it even more? Let's build some NFTs and sell them. Instead of taking a more organic and native approach where I say, okay, how would a game look that has NFTs and blockchain at its core? What could an IP look like? And then build in from scratch. And if you try to impose these new revenue opportunities into IP, I think it's quite delicate. At least that's how I look at it.
On the other hand, if we're talking about sports, it seems like sports fans are pretty keen on NFTs and fan tokens. They've been pretty widely accepted in that space. Why have they embraced NFTs and fan tokens? Why are Web3 technologies more accepted in that space?
I think it's because sports is a long history of collectibles, of collecting. We all collected, Panini football cards and all that. So it's kind of more ingrained into our kind of psyche. And then simply, sports fans are sports memorabilia collectors, almost by definition. So I think that's one of the reasons that you had a quicker kind of connection there. But I still think that, I don't want to be, I'm not EA and I don't know their secrets or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure they're really struggling about how they can make a FIFA that works within this world, because people are so much used to just buying FIFA, doing that thing, and you look and you can see like the backlash they had when around their whole kind of free to play components within FIFA. So that could be hard. So this is where I think if you look at the big successes that come from startups, right, from Sorare and people like or Top I think Top Shots and all that, it's really kind of newcomers that have capture this market and this audience. And you've got startups like Goals coming up, which is a FIFA challenger, and I think they probably have a better chance of capturing that audience just because they're going to be able to move much faster. And as Max was saying, build it from the ground up rather than try and add it up to something that's already existing and it's very hard not to make it look like you're just doing a cash grab.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Alex's point that it probably has a more long-standing history of memorabilia, sorry. But also, you know, as a sports fan, I think if you have one token or one accessory of that association or club, basically you're used to the fact that it's only memorabilia, and it doesn't have any utility. Whereas for gaming, if you buy something, you probably expect that it has some sort of further or added value. And I think that's a stark difference between the two industries.
Yeah. On the other hand, sorry to build on this. So this is for games, but if you think about, you know, actually, you know, like sports brands, you know, if you think, let's take the example of McLaren or Red Bull, you know, a very small amount of their revenues actually comes from merchandising. You know, they sell baseball caps, T-shirts, and all that. You know, but they have massive fan bases who are very avid, you know, for, you know, more memorabilia around the brands that they love and the drivers they love, and also. And I think there we're seeing that there's a very clear opportunity to deliver experiences and memorabilia that the fans really want. And that also, you know, provide a new revenue stream for these racing teams, or who very often, you know, they're very much relying on sponsorship, which is not a very stable source of revenue. And then they can replace that in a way where they can directly interact with the fans and almost be, you know, in a way almost directly supported partially by the fans just having memorabilia and all that. This is a much more sustainable model long term.
The NFT market keeps pushing to higher heights, with an estimated 23 billion in trading volume last year, and OpenSea just broke its monthly record in January. You know, how much more growth do you think we'll see ahead for the NFT market? Will we see a big pullback anytime soon?
I can say.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's a big pullback in the next years to come. I mean, when you look at the currently active addresses on Ethereum, I think they're right now at what, 1 million or so. So I don't think we've even scratched the surface of where it can go. Probably the average price of the NFT traded on OpenSea will go down, I think. But I do predict that in 2023, we're going to have more trade volume than we have this year, if that's the trend.
Yeah, I think it's going to fluctuate widely. I think we're going to see a lot of fluctuation because it's still a very immature industry. But I do think that, you know, medium to long term, you know, we're in for massive growth. Now, how big the growth is, this is like, you know, having a crystal ball. And yesterday I was having lunch with a friend who's got a very big fund in the stock market, and he said the problem with everyone who tries and predict things with the crystal ball is they usually, you know, break the crystal ball and get cut. So I'm not going to take that risk.
Yeah.
So let's close on this. There's so much talk about the metaverse, that will be living and working and playing in these sort of virtual spaces that are powered by NFT technology. But it might be 5 or 10 years before they kind of match the vision that Facebook showed and that some other people have seen. Is it too early for gaming and sports companies to start planning and making moves in the space towards the metaverse?
I don't think it is. Absolutely not. I think it's very important to start understanding, because it's going to be an important part of the market. So you need to look at it. And then if you really take it to the extreme, I thought there was this interesting thought that someone shared with me, which was like when they were pitching their Web 3.0 company. But I thought it was interesting. It's very exaggerated, but I think it makes sense. I'm gonna paraphrase. So you were saying, listen, there's 7.5 billion people on the planet. I'm assuming 7.5 billion. And then he was saying, and please do not quote me on these numbers. Maybe they're wrong, but they say there's about 2.5 billion that have a job. Out of those 2.5 billion people, 10%, so 250 million, like their job. So you've got billions of people really that either have no jobs, so they have a lot of free time, or they're not able to get a job, unfortunately, or have a job they don't like, but have free revenues. So what is the, how do you keep those people busy, entertained, producing and all that? He was like, the metaverse. So I think that's very extreme, but there's something fundamental behind that thought.
I agree. I think also right now it's very unclear what the metaverse is. Is it virtual reality? Is it augmented reality? We don't know yet. And I think it's also a responsibility of the companies to shape this future, what they want to do and what they want it to be. I don't want to I don't want to have a future where Facebook dictates the metaverse and what it is.
No.
I think that's terrible. So I think, there's a lot of opportunity for sure, with a lot of exciting technology like blockchain and tokens and NFTs. And it's time to start experimenting.
Yeah, no, you want it to be open, decentralized, and you want the people to have ownership. And I think that's really the big difference when you're saying, what is the metaverse? Is it virtual reality? Is it augmented reality? Is it, the sandbox, which is a new version of almost like a new version of Roblox or Minecraft? I think the only difference between, say a Roblox and a sandbox or Minecraft, or all of these different things that we're saying is the fact that it's decentralized and it's the ownership, what you were saying, like I own things there. So I think that's a big difference. But we've had experiments before, and I don't know if you remember Second Life, still going. So it's something we've been trying at this, and we've been edging towards this for many years. But I think now we're getting to a point where the technology is allowing us to do things that weren't possible before.
All right,
and
Alexis,
I predict
Matt,
that, I predict
No,
that
go ahead.
when the metaverse is here, we don't even know it's the metaverse anymore.
Oh, we're all in the video game. You're the Elon Musk school. We're all living in the video game.
Yeah, Matrix, true.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me. This was great.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Max.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one. Thank you, Alex.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the future of the gamer experience. We have three subject matter experts on all things gamer experience. And so first, I want to throw to each of them to introduce themselves. So Sebastian, if you could take it from here.
Hello everyone, glad to be here with you today. My name is Sébastien Borget. I'm the CEO and co-founder at The Sandbox, which is entity, their assets, and their currency, also called an open metaverse. I'm as well the president of the Blockchain Game Alliance, which now counts more than 300 members, and it's an association promoting adoption of blockchain within the video game industry.
Bilal.
Hi everyone, I'm Bilal. I'm a blockchain entrepreneur, CTO, and co-founder of Dogami. We're a play-to-earn game that aims to revisit Tamagotchi. So you basically buy, adopt, and raise a virtual pet that you can use as an avatar in various metaverses to live some experiences.
Thank you. And Ivan.
Hello, my name is Ivan. I'm a product manager for CCP Games. We are a Reykjavik, Iceland-based gaming studio, most known for our massive multiplayer RPG, EVE Online. And we are a little bit different from the other speakers here, in which we are a traditional gaming company that are only now starting to experiment with blockchain technologies. So it's happy to be here. Thank you.
All right. Let's start with some big ideas because I think we can get into a lot of particulars, but I want to start really big with essentially what's one key way that you see Web3 impacting the gamer experience.
Okay, I'm just gonna jump in. So yeah, for just to kind of throw a little bit of context in this, EVE Online is a game that has been running for almost 20 years now, and we are one of the very few, if not the only game that features a single shard world. Players from all around the world interact within the same universe. We have hundreds of thousands of players. We have hundreds of star systems within the game. We have a fully functioning market, and so on and so forth. So for us, the interesting part in kind of entering and exploring the technologies that blockchain provides is to further give our players ownership and tools and a platform to create their own content, to create their own events, and to create a should I say a lasting legacy. If you look up EVE Online on on Google, on the news sites, the most interesting pieces on this world are always about events that are generated by the players themselves. We have bank heists, massive player battles, swindlers, and people just making all kinds of achievements. And this looks to be a very good next step for us technologically to enable players to have this legacy and to have events in the game to affect other games within our IP and the outside world. So yeah, that's what excites us.
On my side, if I can jump in very quickly, since I cover kind of the technical aspects of Dogami, of our project, I'd like to emphasize this, because when we talk about the future of gaming, there's a whole value chain from infrastructure, human interfaces, but there's also one important link here that is brought by blockchain and notably Tezos, for example, is the monetization aspect that you can find within those games that brings a new attractive level. And I'll leave maybe Sebastian elaborate on the evolution of the business models. But what interests me is also it's another aspect of the legacy that you were mentioning, is the ability to use kind of the same assets in various games and bring them through your whole gamer's career or experiences, plural. So I found that very, very powerful because it opens the door to creating an identity, a true digital identity on those future games that implements this brick of decentralization. And that's kind of what excites me.
Yes, I think I will echo essentially a lot of what's been said by Bilal here, as well as Ivan. On my side, I believe like what blockchain and NFT have enabled, it's really shifting the way that value is being created into game, and that value is essentially being driven now towards the user. So rather than only one entity, which is a platform or the developer studio. And through that shift of value, essentially by giving true ownership of digital assets to players, we're really like witnessing what it means to have like community-driven games, what it means to have player-owned economy, and how it's enabling totally new ways to create collectively, to build content and expand towards the game through its NFTs, developing and pushing the content, turning any NFT into almost a content platform behind that's going to continue live, give value, give utility, potentially being used across other applications. And how the whole discovery mechanism around games is now changing through NFTs. Like you are discovering games through guild, you are discovering games through marketplaces rather than traditional stores, and also through like social network like Discord, through like really again the effect of those community-driven incentives. And it's really essential as well to think how games are being made. Games are being made collectively with the community, starting with the asset and build up progressively. That's, I think, a refreshing way to our thinking like the overall game design versus what we've seen in the past. I do think as well, like user-generated content is very well fitted for this kind of gameplay. We've seen for ages and see EVE Online 20 years. Wow, that's incredible. Like thinking games can live on for 20 years. But imagine if from day one, all that 20 years of content was actually owned by the users, how much some of it would be worth today. You're talking about legacy. I think it would be very fair to consider users will be passing on generation to generation at some point of those content. And it would have turned into a much bigger ecosystem through that. And that's what now each game is capable of, thanks to this technology.
So we're talking about value, we're talking about ownership, and we're also talking about the financial models that sort of correlate to games. And you have this, we're in this interesting moment with games where you have newer game properties, franchises, even sort of pre-game character sets, which are, let's call it more natively decentralized. And you have existing games properties from potentially like EVE, like 20 plus years. And we're encountering these complex moments where gamers sometimes react with resistance to NFT announcements. For context for the audience, I want to read this quote from a recent story from Casey Newton in The Verge and in Platformer. Gamers and developers are engaged in a perennial battle over how games are monetized. Gamers generally want to pay one low price to play a game forever. Developers are forever experimenting with exotic new financing schemes to grow their profits. Gamers have already been subjected to premium downloadable content, subscriptions, microtransactions, and randomized loot boxes, each of which has been more poorly received than the last. So whether or not we agree with that quote, what I want to kind of throw to the room is, what do you say to those gamers who maybe agree with that quote, who are skeptical of Web3 becoming part of the ecosystem and exacerbating the aspects that are currently frustrating them?
Maybe I can jump in here first on the topic. And well, I think like there's a lot of bad mouthing that's been happening without necessarily like engaging and necessarily understanding what's the core value proposition of NFT. The core value proposition of NFTs is not necessarily to create a new paywall for users. It's really to enable users through owning digital assets to have that capability to be able to resell it, etc., which in my opinion is definitely a great benefit. Like we're giving them for once the possibility to break out free from those centralized applications, which before were like monetizing in any business model, taking their real world money and locking in it so that it could not be transferred anywhere else. And maybe they are satisfied by that, and they were never wondering if there was any better solution or better model for sake. But I still find hard to say like having a proposition value where you are free to decide if you can transfer it to another user, another platform or a marketplace is not a better value proposition. And technology by itself, that's what it enables. Now, how so certain game developers have been using that technology doesn't represent necessarily how the whole ecosystem is using the technology. And don't jump too quick into conclusion. Whereas like what we're trying to do from the very beginning, that some of us have been working on the technology for more than 4 years, was to actually empower players and creators to give them more freedom to decide what they can do with their digital asset that they acquired through gameplay, so time, or actually paying real money. And that's important to consider, first of all. I can say a lot more, but maybe I'll wait for my co-panelists to share their opinion and jump after again.
So yeah, if I can follow on here, so many things. So first, there's a new cycle here in gaming, and there's a lot of experimentation, and obviously when there are new opportunities, people try to profit from it. Again, we've seen this even in the blockchain cycle with ICOs. There have been some abuse, but let's not forget the real value proposition we're talking about here. When you talk about casual gaming, it's not just about it's not just about play to earn and those infinite games. Casual gamings mean low frequency gamers or short time gameplay, and you can find a lot of strategy games and PvE, player against environment games, where you can also implement play to earn incentives in those games, and we can still target casual gamers with play to earn games. I'm thinking of something very nice called Immortal Games, which is basically a chess game in the form of play to earn. So it's pretty much casual play to earn, and I'm sure at least 1% of the 50 million players will find will find it interesting.
Bilal, could you quickly sort of clarify what you mean by play to earn games, in case there's folks who aren't familiar with that term?
Sure. So actually, play to in every game we earn something. Okay, it could be gold coins, anything. What blockchain brings here is the ability to take this value outside of the isolated historic ecosystem of the game, and so in the form cash out or monetize your time in the game, or kind of your investments in the game, that could be accessories. And so from that nature, you can, in theory, win more money by playing than you're spending to play. And this creates really new incentives, really new business models, like the one that are being spread by guilds, those like kind of esport play to earn companies. But in my views, they kind of work like a gaming hedge fund. But it's very interesting. It's opening the door to new economies, and I'm sure there'll always be some people that are perplexed about it. But let's wait and see. It's definitely exciting.
Okay, and from my side, I believe that a lot of the negative press surrounding, especially the attempts of like bigger traditional gaming companies to enter into the NFT market, is that the new blockchain technologies are attempted to be used for traditional monetization models. So let's say I'm actually not going to point anyone out specifically, but what is happening is that companies are trying to sell via NFTs, via blockchain, artificially limited goods. So we take the same old skin or mask or hat or anything else, but instead of selling it in a traditional way in the store, we only make 10 of them. And that way, this is limited artificially. I think the proper analogy here is basically YouTube and television. We as developers, or at least some of us, we're shifting from creating a platform and content on that platform into creating platform and tools for people to create and exchange their own content. And that is kind of the new model. We are, as an industry, we're kind of attempting to meet in the middle between these traditional monetization models and the new opportunities that a more decentralized business model can bring to us.
And so maybe one thing I want to add is also like how this model is, and we've seen that with almost every new cycle of like game and platform. Like many people do not consider like Roblox as a game platform, or HTML5 as a game platform, or hypercasual as a game platform. And so yet, every time there's been a new technology, a new approach, the overall global market has been largely growing, welcoming more players and offering new ways of entertainment. To tell the truth, I also think, and I don't want to criticize anyone, but I don't feel like most developers are really satisfied with the existing business model. Like beyond premium, we've seen the rise of freemium and free-to-play. Free-to-play only monetize 3% of users. The rest of the users is actually being monetized through advertising. Developers hate implementing advertising and SDKs. Players also hate. It's not great for the user experience. And the way that like we are actually targeting users and acquiring new users through that is through collecting users' data. So we are actually turning users and capturing their activity online. So we can track them better and try to serve them ads and feeding like the Web 2.0 centralized platform behind. So we can give a larger part of our revenue as developer to spend into user acquisition. So we're not just giving up 30% to the App Store, Google Play Store, etc. We're actually very often giving up more. And all of that, I think it's a suboptimal user experience overall. We, with blockchain and NFT, as the value is shifting, as the discovery is shifting, and as the community is at the heart of the discovery and value proposition, we have a chance to find new ways to monetize through fans, creating new ways of engagement. And we've already seen that into effect, bring new players into the market, players that were actually, or users that were traditionally left off completely by the free-to-play game market. Like when I think now, Turkey, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand are on par with Japan, Korea, US, and their users can monetize and produce the same amount of value, if not more, than the rich developed countries. It makes me think twice again about like who we should build games for and who is a valuable user into this growing global market. And I think that's exciting, but change also it's hard. Like you fear change sometimes because you don't know what's next. I don't know what's successful. What works today, I don't know if it works in 1 year, 2 years, 10 years in this new emerging market. But I think it's overall working toward a more positive note to grow and make gaming more accessible to everyone.
There's a thread coming up for me, and so I'm going to throw to you to see if you agree with this. Kind of building off Ivan's point about TV to YouTube and thinking about the role of user-generated content and interaction in game worlds. Would you say that in an ideal sense, Web3 offers the possibility for gamers to become kind of take a more co-creator role with game developers?
So I would definitely agree. So a couple of examples that I was just reading up on and thinking ahead of this panel here is I believe the gaming and the technology for creating games is now powerful enough to give more and more such tools to the players. So just a couple of examples we've seen. Obviously, I'm going to toot my own horn with EVE Online. We've seen Dreams on PlayStation, which is centered around giving players the tools to create their own games and distribute them. Games like Mario Maker, for example, and those are like very strong games in and of themselves, and you can see in how much buzz they generate on these new media, on YouTube, on Twitch, and etc. So I do believe this is evidence enough for us to say that this interests the player in actually creating their own content, and B, it has its own audience for players to interact with each other. And yeah, as I said, the platform, the tools, the more we create, the more people will be attracted to them.
So I think it fits very well with kind of the generational shift of our economy. I'll give you some numbers, for example. Today, there is 23% of the active population that is a freelance, and in 20 years, it's expected to reach more than 40%. So half of the population, almost half of the active population, will be freelancer. And so this user-generated content fits quite well with this tendency because it finds its utility and a growing utility for those user base and this kind of generational trend. So yeah, it's super powerful because that's also one of the value proposition that is being brought with blockchain is the empowerment of the user to have the choice, and this is more than what we had already.
Well, we're already seeing like what Ivan was saying with the example of Mario Maker, etc. It's typically the story of Sandbox. 10 years ago, Sandbox started as a centralized game on platform where we had a lot of user-generated content, 70 million creation. And ultimately, we had the frustration of not being able to incentivize or reward creator who contributed to most of the content of that game and hence of its revenue, made us like generate insufficient revenue, make the company acquired and so on. But also we're struggling over time to retain those creators over 8 years in a row, because ultimately, even if people are very passionate about a topic and love to play with tools, for how long are they going to keep doing that just out of passion and love? Like, do we work in real world just out of passion and love? No, we need a little bit of something else that also we feel is providing us the reward for those contribution. And tokens and NFTs are part of like what I feel are really rewarding for the users and empowering their community for any way they engage, they grow the network, they actually educate more users and create value for it. And that's how the Sandbox now has grown in value and is trying to really reshift that whole model towards like being a virtual world fully owned by its creator and ultimately even governed by its creator, as us, the platform, will not be owning any content ultimately over time.
I want to focus for a moment. We've brought up casual gamers a couple times. There's obviously the ways, the lessons time immemorial of building a hardcore fandom and retaining that fandom. And in many ways, those folks are going to be those folks. They're going to find their world and they're going to stick with it, or their worlds and stick with those select worlds. But I think the question of casual gamers is fascinating on many fronts. But one thing that I want to kind of draw out from each of you is, do you see ways in which a Web3 context creates new invitations to casual gamers to come participate in game worlds, not even in the sort of hope that they turn into a hardcore fan, but simply to participate as a casual gamer?
Maybe I can start because I think it fits quite well with Dogami. For example, there's many aspects in the game, but there is one aspect that is very important to me. So, for example, I never had a dog. I always wanted to have one, never could. Anyway, that's another problem. But what's most important is that I would like to have a gamified experience on specifically how to raise a dog through the time being, and I think it can also. So Dogami there is an aspect learn to earn, basically, and learn and earn in the game, where as you play, when we're working with Dog expert on that to make it fit really realistic, not just as the design are, but also in terms of gameplay and what you'll be learning out of the game. So you'll be doing 3 times at once. So basically enjoying playing, learning stuff about pets, and being rewarded for your learning assiduity, basically. So it's a nice way to bring in people. And for example, we are targeting dog lovers, and not all dog lovers are gamers. But with this very simple approach, leveraging augmented reality to basically play with your Dogami within your own environment, and this brings something new as well.
For us, it is an interesting question because we have been struggling quite a lot with the casual player in general. There is this old and very famous meme image where one line depicts the learning curve of a normal game, and the learning curve of EVE Online is like this cliff with a mountain of corpses underneath it, from which people fall off and never emerge. And we've been struggling with that, and we've been doing tons and tons of experiments on how to actually attract more people into a game that is notoriously complex. And we have come to the understanding that there is a bit of a mantra in the company that one size does not fit all. We cannot advertise EVE Online as a game to everyone at once. We need to find out people with specific interests and target them with specific messages. EVE Online is very conducive to that message because there are dozens upon dozens of play styles that can be accommodated. And I think that's the interesting part about Web3 technologies in general, as we go further into applying them to products in our IP, is that that range of value propositions for different people, it is going to continue expanding. So with that, we will be able to reach out more people, and by combining this new tech with the gameplay experiences that are already established, we will find ways to interest more and more people from every conceivable category.
I would say like Sandbox is now much more than a game. It's a whole platform. It has 164 lands. Each one of them can actually host a unique experience. Some of them trying to replicate real world, like through virtual shows, virtual concerts, art gallery, museum, social place where you hang out with friends, dance with them, chat, play games, or just traditional solo games, etc. But ultimately, and also many brands coming from the real world. The last one being announced today is Ubisoft with the Rabbids. Just press release went out, but so we have like Snoop Dogg, The Walking Dead, Steve Aoki, deadmau5, Warner Music Group, and a few more. And I feel like it's great to be in a place where, like, as you walk with your avatar from one land to another, you can literally experience very various, very diverse kind of experience, meet new people from anywhere in the world. And I actually also feel like you have a choice on how you want to spend your time and how you want to be rewarded behind. It's not just play and work, but it's a lot of thousands of flavors in the middle. Every land is a surprise. Every land can offer you a way to play and earn, but more than play, like learn and earn, create to earn, discover and earn. There's so many ways that you can be rewarded for the time you spend. And that's a whole new level of experience never seen before. We've seen with our alpha that we launched in December, 96% of engagement rates during 20 days after we've launched this first play to earn season. I just can't wait to put that system into the hands of creators. So then there's 1,000 more of this kind of engagement experience that will be built by then.
All right, we're coming toward the end of our time, so I want to kind of maybe close us out. If each of you could share what a good starting point for a casual gamer, especially somebody totally new to the prospect of Web3, NFTs, all these sort of terms that are probably daunting to them. What's a good starting point? Be that a resource, be that a game, anything in between that they could go to kind of dip their toes in the water and start experiencing.
To kind of relay on the quote that you said earlier, I think everyone should try to understand more how to value NFTs and be a little bit more curious about it. And there are different ways and different approach to that. And it can talk to different people. It can talk to scientific people because there is a mathematical approach with randomness. It can talk with financial people because there is this economic incentive with a token that can, when we value the market cap, the fully diluted market cap, because there is a ratio between the locked token and the circulating supply, etc. And this can talk to capital market people very easily. For gamers, you can think of the utility that are around those NFTs, and just try to be curious about it and understand how to value them, and then we call it the rabbit hole. You won't stop wanting to learn about it.
One, I would say two things. One is, like, we launched the Blockchain Game Alliance as this association of now counting. It started with 8 members 2 years ago. Now it's 300 members who are building experience and game in this industry. So if there's so many actual entrepreneur and creative people building, I think it's worth being curious at least to see what they are building. And that's what we're doing. Like every month we have all those demo days where you can see actually the game for yourself, what actually those products are. And you can get to see also those founders, members talk about what they are creating, what motivates them. For the first time over 20 years of like building video games, I've seen such this friendly, non-competitive approach toward like building something together, sharing value, sharing knowledge. When I was in free to play, it was really like competing with each other for whoever will be into the top grossing, etc. That was not such a friendly space. So I take just really an agnostic point of view, learn, come discover, try. If you don't like it, you don't like it, it's fine. Maybe the game are not ready or not fun for you at this stage. They might become later. But just please don't judge before you try or you saw or you engage yourself into those products.
Yeah, and just to add to that, blockchain and NFT are an extremely polarizing topic right now. So I think it is very important for anyone, for any newcomer or for anyone interested, is to not buy into the hype coming in from either side, because the loudest opinions that you will hear are either radically pro or radically against. And I would just echo what Sebastian said. Go try, see for yourself, try as many things as you can, and draw your own conclusions. This will be very important.
Yeah, to those metaverses, they're just a new platform for commerce, for media, for game, for experiences. Just like we have mobile, desktop, Oculus, console. It's just a new platform where people can engage in a new social way.
Amazing. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for the invite. Thanks, Tezos.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for having me.
Good.
In this session, we will explore the rise of competitive gaming, where it stands today and how its future might look like with amazing teams and speakers from the esports world. I am Jan Albers. I'm the head of gaming partnerships at the Tezos Foundation. And to set the scene, I'll let you as the panelists introduce yourself, maybe give a bit of a background of your history in esports, and maybe also touch points to the Web3 world. May I ask you, Corey, to kick things off?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Corey Burkhart. I'm the senior game designer on the Emergence TCG, which is, of course, on the Tezos blockchain. We're currently in alpha, working towards a release later on this year. My sort of history in gaming, I've been in the games industry now for 11 years, working on digital trading card games. Growing up, I played every different game under the sun. I fell in love with Super Mario World at a very, very young age. And I mean, that transitioned into playing card games in my youth. I got into like the Halo scene, the Smash Brothers scene. Unfortunately, I can't compare to Dan. I never got into the CSGO scene, but I love watching those games. But that's sort of my background, if you will.
Well, for myself, I'm Dan Madesclair, alias Apex, player from Team Vitality for 3 years now. I'm in esports for 15 years. I've been playing as Counter-Strike for 15 years. I've won multiple tournaments, and yeah, I'm just competing in CSGO from the beginning of the game. So it's almost 10 years. It goes really fast. And yeah, that's it.
Brilliant. Well, I guess I'll go next. My name's Bryan. I'm Senior Marketing Manager, Esports and Gaming at McLaren Racing. That means that I look after two things predominantly. The McLaren Shadow Esports team, a racing team which goes and does battle with Ferrari and Mercedes on a regular basis. Maybe 2022 will be our year, fingers crossed. And I also look after something called the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, which is a grassroots esports tournament, and sort of anything that happens within McLaren Racing to do with gaming crosses my desk from a commercial, strategic, creative point of view. I am probably the newest to gaming, actually, out of myself, Corey, and Dan, which is rare for me to say, although I used to be a esports competitor in the FGC many years ago, before it was a viable career. So maybe I should have chosen a better game to get good at. But looking forward to talking with everybody about the future of gaming and the application of Web 3.0.
Thank you very much, Lise. And it's amazing to gather you all today for the Respawn event. The reason for me why we talk about esports and competitive gaming in the combination of Web3 is really to understand where competitive gaming stands today, how the esports world, how competitive gaming came to the place that it is right now, and explore where it currently stands. And also to have a look at how it might evolve in the future, considering broader things and also the Web3 world. For me, both gaming and the blockchain world are super interesting. I personally have been following the space for over a decade, at least on the gaming side, and been in the Tezos ecosystem for a few years now. And for me, it's both something that is very community driven, which is really interesting considering kind of like how the esports space has evolved. And personally, for me, esports has always been a very educational path, which watching, for example, you, Dan, and learning how to be better at Counter-Strike, but also something that is highly engaging. It's something where for the first time, at least for me, it was something truly digital that was as engaging as nothing else, to be honest. Combining this kind of with the Web3 world and the ownership that is potentially there, the control that it allows on, for example, access, and also this engagement with fans in a more true way is something that I'd love to explore with you guys today. Maybe to set the scene a bit, looking at you, Lise, and there, especially since you're at McLaren Racing, how do you feel like esports stands today in the media world compared to maybe the traditional world of where McLaren and Formula One stands and where the Shadow team and so on stand in the esports world?
Yeah, a great question. Thank you for that, Jan. I think it actually stands in the best place that it has, been since its inception. Just last week, we had an event with our partner Dell, an esports in education event where we had top tier media in the Shadow Studio behind me there, talking about how in the UK specifically, we want to use esports to educate young people about the various aspects of business, creativity, technology, and that there's a whole industry which, whilst we probably don't know exactly what that's going to look like in 10 years' time, it's certainly going to be absolutely huge. So I think there's definitely that sort of recognition from people that, hang on, esports and gaming isn't a bad thing now. We've seen that from an esports perspective, people playing has this incredible ability to connect people, and it's actually a really social thing. So I think it's positive, whereas, a couple of years ago, it might have been people only talking about gaming and esports in a bit of a negative way in terms of people playing for too long. That being said, I think a lot of the mainstream media is only really looking at it at a surface level and maybe doesn't understand it as much as it could. So positive, but still with some way to go, I would say.
Yeah,
for you both. Yes,
Oh,
please.
sorry. So just piggybacking off of what Leesen's saying, I feel very much so that when you look at sort of the mainstream media in terms of how it looks at esports, it takes the very, top level stories, anything that it can get a news line out of, get a reaction out of people for, when in reality, there's so much going on beneath the surface. Like you look at Team Vitality, for example, I'm guessing, yeah, you may have the 5 players that are on the squad, you might have a practice team, you probably have a series of coaches, but then there's also editors that are making content. There's the social media people, there's, dozens and dozens of people that go into this team. I'm not just the single person making a card game, for example, trying to make a new game for people to love and for people to enjoy. There's, dozens of people on our team, from engineers, from artists, from, designers, from producers. Like there's so much that goes into this. It's a very collaborative process, and growing it out beyond that, I think that all you see right now in the media is, here's the headline of somebody winning X million dollars, move on. And there's just so much more that goes on in that space.
Dan, for you, kind of looking at this space, how did you feel this evolve, since I think you might be the most veteran in the esports place among us? Kind of how did you perceive this transition, and where you stand and the whole space stands right now?
Yeah. The funny part with that is that I started Counter-Strike in 2007, so 15 years ago. But at that moment, obviously, there were no pro scene, there were no money at all. I was doing LAN in the south of France. I was like 14 or 15 years old, going there by train, paying my own ticket, asking my mom to get some money to get there. I mean, this world changed so much since I joined it, and it's really crazy to see that. My dream personally was just to be able to live with that, to live by my passion. And now it's way more. I mean, we're known, like we can be superstars in certain ways. And yeah, I mean, the way it grown is just super crazy. And I couldn't see that like coming and growing by my own eyes, because it just went too fast, to be honest. It just went too fast. And it's a crazy world. I mean, even in Vitality, I joined it 3 years ago and there were about 10 people working there. Now I think they're like 60 or 70 people. I mean, I'm not counting the players and managers, just the people working behind the scene for Vitality. It's just getting crazy. And it's just like, I hope it's just the beginning, because I just love the industry. I just love how it goes, and it's just perfect for all of us.
Do you have a feeling that there was kind of a certain moment where things started to switch, and where people started to recognize, hey, this is actually truly something interesting and will be engaging for the future?
Yeah, I think there were a key moment in CS. Had to be around 2014, 15, I guess. I mean, for League of Legends, for example, I think it was a bit before, where everything grew up and everything like started to be really solid. For us, it's about 2014, 15, when when the majors, when Valve, the editor of the game, decided to do like big tournaments. Obviously, the first one was 2013, but that was a bit different before. But yeah, 2014, 15 was like a huge point, like in terms of like viewers. I mean, I think 2015, we just got to almost 1 million or something like that. And I think this is like a key moment, like just having 1 million viewers and also 1 million players playing at the same time. I'm coming from Source before Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which is the old version of Counter-Strike, not the oldest, but the older version. I think the world record was 30K people were playing at the same time. So like it was nothing. And yeah, 2014-15 like was a key moment for CS with big tournaments coming. I remember, I mean, 2014, the first time I just seen Counter-Strike playing in the big arena in Katowice, in the Spodek Arena, which is an arena where you can feel 12,000 people, which is something like crazy when I see where I come from and where I played the first event in my career. Maybe I play on stage like in UK or in France in front of maybe 200 people, but there, like when you see that you can play in stadiums, like it's also a big game changer. When we see that nowadays every tournament we play are in big stadium, it's just like way different. It's just like crazy to see how it goes. And I think that, yeah, it started around 2014, 15. That was the key moment for us, Counter-Strike. And from that moment, we keep just growing and growing.
Super interesting. I was wondering for you, Leeson and Corey, kind of, did you see similar points in the past, or kind of like, how do you see these points also as potential trigger points for be it the trading card world or the virtual Formula One world, kind of to grow from a competitive game to kind of the future of competitive gaming?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one first, if that's okay, Corey. So I think from the McLaren Racing side, there are probably two major big moments. We did an esports tournament called World's Fastest Gamer back in 2017 with the first F1 team to enter esports before there was an F1 competition. And we essentially gave a gamer a job as a McLaren Racing simulator test driver. So before our F1 drivers would go to track, he would be the person testing out the setups, the car, etc. It was a very big job. He managed to do hot laps at Formula One tracks. He drove James Hunt's old car at Goodwood. He then went on to become a professional racing driver, and this was somebody who was a gamer. So from a business and the world of racing point of view, that definitely captured the imaginations of a lot of people, and we saw it as a new way that we could get talent that actually, you know, the gamers actually have real transferable skills, which are exciting. So that was major for us in our journey. And then more widely, I'm sure lots of people will say the same thing, but when we were grounded because of COVID, we had our CEO jumping into lobbies, racing against his friends, and it was a great social connection tool. And we got to the point where, from a commercial perspective, you know, our phone was ringing all the time with brands wanting to get involved with esports, and seeing McLaren Racing doing something. Those brands who maybe didn't quite understand the world yet knew that you know, we would offer a kind of a premium experience. So those are two major moments, I think, in McLaren's journey, and I think from a brand marketer mainstream perspective, when they really started to hear more about esports and understand it a bit more. And then if you throw in things like the Fortnite World Cup, which got tons of mainstream press, going back to Corey's point, very surface level, but people were still starting to talk about esports a bit. So those are some major moments from our side.
Yeah, jumping into it, I think on the trading card side, I mean, we've had bits and pieces of, you know, there's always been the tabletop games. Think of like your Pokemons, your Yu-Gi-Ohs, your Magic the Gatherings, these games that have really stood the test of time and been there now for 20, we're going on 25, 30 years for some of these games. There's always been a push to have some sort of digital component to it. Pokemon had a Game Boy, I want to say it was a Game Boy Color game where there was the trading card game version. Magic Online eventually released around in 2000, and I mean, it basically looks like more or less that you're playing on a spreadsheet. Yu-Gi-Oh just now released they had PlayStation games in the past, and now they're finally, all of these games are getting to very beautiful looking digital clients. And I think the push for that really came from, Justin TV starting in 2008, which was when I was in university, the very first elements of streaming of, you can play these games with your friends and that's awesome. And you can collect the individual cards and that's fantastic. But then you find out there's a whole world out there of millions and millions of other players that are actually playing this game. If you don't get into the competitive scene in the trading card game world, the actual physical world, you see what it is in the digital world, and you can connect to anybody at any time of day, and games are just firing nonstop. You can also just now log on to Twitch at any time of day, and there's somebody with 3,000 viewers, 5,000 viewers, 10,000 viewers. It's really started to make a push of making a giant broadcast spectacle out of the biggest tournament. So these pro tours, the world championships, the national level tournaments for each of these games, I mean, they're getting tens of thousands of viewers. They're not reaching the levels of playing yet in these stadiums and really high pressure situations. Like, I've gone to the League of Legends World Championships at the actual Lakers Stadium back when it was Staples Center, and just the atmosphere alone was something that was electric. And it feels like the card games are starting to push into that realm of each one of them is getting tens of thousands of viewers. It's now just kind of a push of, when are you starting to get all the sponsorships to make that money roll in, to want to say, hey, we want every single one of you here. We're going to make a broadcasting spectacle out of it. And I mean, we already see games like Magic trying to do that. And it's now just a matter of, how do you fit all of the puzzle pieces together and do it exactly the right way?
Yeah, super interesting. So to kind of build this together, it feels like we are actually at the point where this is no longer just us playing video games, but we actually see a whole industry here. We have, as you put it, Dan, and that's quite interesting, kind of like the beginning of superstars that actually emerge in this, which also tracked kind of the idea of having brands interacting with the esports world, actually making it an ability to have a profession in this path, and having large audiences which interact with that, which I find, well, truly I'm part of it and I love it. What I'm wondering, and kind of throwing that out there, is kind of where does the future for this lie? And kind of to start things off, what do you feel like is right now missing from the esports world, maybe more broadly in the beginning?
Sorry. Well, personally, I think that what can get you to another level will be having like more esport broadcast on TV for the big games, obviously. When you see, I mean, for the industry of like the bigger sport, football, or I mean, for me, I'm a huge fan of football. The biggest money they earn is from like TV earns and all this kind of stuff. And I think that can help esport to just grow again. Obviously, it's not the same amount. Obviously, we don't have the same viewers yet. But I know that in some countries, like in Denmark, in Sweden, in Finland, they all have the TV. They all have like a Counter-Strike broadcast on TV on a TV channel, which is like huge, obviously. And so esport, I mean, needs a bit of more of this as well. Also, I think that my country is one of the worst country in terms of like we behind in the way how esport works. When you go to Scandinavia, I mean, it's insane to see. I just had a tournament in Denmark, like at the end of 2021, and it was in the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, in the huge arena. There were like 12,000 people, and I could see there that the parents just took the kids to watch Counter-Strike. And I mean, in France, it's not like that. I mean, the parents will never maybe come to watch a game with a son. Like parents usually do with the kids watching football, for example, or watching tennis or whatever. And it's getting like crazy how much in Scandinavia, how it grows and how big the scene is. I could say that my teammates, I have some Danish teammates that are like stars in their countries. Like if they go out for 15 minutes, everyone will arrest them and ask them like photos, or they will get recognized. And in France, we're so far away from that. So obviously the big media needs to get up and just help esport to grow. But obviously, I mean, it's not that easy. In France, you also have like those people like, esport is not sport. What the fuck is going on? Is going there? Or these kind of shit topics that we talk a lot about. But yeah, I mean, we have so much work to do, obviously, in some countries, and I'm pretty sure that if all the country helps esports to grow, it's 10, 15 years, it can be as big as the big sport. And I hope to see that for my own eyes. That's it. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna be a player anymore because in 10 years I will be almost 40. But I will still be in the scene just because I just love the world where we live in.
Yeah, piggybacking off of that, like I think one of the things that really helps to, get to the level at which Dan is speaking to is sort of these grassroots organizations. Like when I was going to university, and this is, over a decade ago now, there was exactly one club on campus that was an esports team, and it was a StarCraft thing. I went to a medium-sized university in the Southern California area, so I didn't go to UCLA or USC, but the school that I went to, it competed in StarCraft against USC, UCLA. So these schools getting, 40,000, 50,000 students every year. And it was awesome when we saw UCLA come into UCI and they actually played a tournament. Like, I didn't play StarCraft, but I loved watching the scene and watching Brood War tournaments online. And I go watch, and I have a couple of friends there, and it's like, this is what we need more of. We just need somebody that's actually supporting this, helping this grow up from, this is just a passion project for, the 18, 20 students that were a part of the club. If we had this at, the high school level, and it was actually this reinforced thing in young students, I mean, that's just pushing these people to just follow their dreams, follow their passions. I mean, Dan, you can probably speak to this better than anybody can. The age at which players are, becoming pro Counter-Strike players, pro League of Legends players, it's quite young. Like once you're at your college days for some of these games, like you're getting through your prime. It's not like everyone's Tom Brady playing at 42 years of age in the NFL and just a superstar. That's an anomaly, not the norm. So for me, it really comes from how do we cultivate the talent and the interest, even more so, of these kids that are 10, 12 years old, growing into their high school ages, growing into the university ages, and actually give them a support system. There's nothing like the NBA, the NFL, American, football for, the Europeans in terms of that support system of, you grow up and you can play on a team, and then, if you're really, really successful at it, it's like, how do I push to the next level? Like, where's the next mentorship program? Where's the next, training camp that I can go to? For me, it's, if we can figure out that step in the process and figuring it out, not just for a singular game, but diversely in terms of how to communicate with other individuals, how to work as a team. These are things that are not really taught when you're playing card games, for example. A lot of it is you're competing on an individual level, and you can earn trophies and accolades as an individual, but the way in which we prepare for all of these events, it's very much with other people. We're always bouncing ideas off of each other. Hey, can I try this deck against you? Can I, let me borrow these 4 cards, I want to play with those. There's never just someone that comes up, or very, very rarely, I should say, someone that just comes up completely unheard of, never worked with anybody in their life. It's a very social construct, and really reinforcing that and accepting that, trying to grow that, I think is one of the big steps that I see as the next step.
I think that's a really good answer, and I think piggybacking again, I'd like to pretend that I was the Prime Minister of the UK, and in that scenario, I would be focusing on education, physical infrastructure for people to go out and, like anybody, to be able to play or make make games and actually just working hard to change the perception. I think, Denmark, lots of Scandinavian countries, they've got super fast broadband, and from a cultural point of view, they're really, really invested in esports. And I think other countries sort of having that focus, and then as well as that, I think the fans of esports getting older, getting into professional jobs where they can, make changes to the sponsorship spend or how they're talking to consumers. I think that will obviously have like a big change as well. So I think the education, the government side of things, the physical infrastructure, I think that's a little bit what's missing at the moment. And I think now that we're coming out the end of COVID, hopefully, I'm touching wood here, I think bringing back those physical events and that electric atmosphere will help usher in, I think, the next phase of growth for esports and competitive gaming.
Super interesting. And I think this actually brings me to two topics that I kind of want to touch upon and explore a bit. For one, I think the education piece is something that both the blockchain world and the esports world very much share. There's long paths to take there. The other point you just mentioned, it kind of also bounces off of what you said earlier, Dan, around kind of like there's actually communities and super fans for certain players. I'm wondering, in a purely digital world, that this might actually be very interesting also from an emergence perspective, like how a game is built. In a purely digital world, how can we achieve that things like the fan engagement that happens if I'm at a football stadium and maybe get the jersey from a player? How can something similar happen in a purely digital world? How can there be, for example, a provenance that is associated with the deagle that you do your headshot with, Dan, or your favorite card in Emergence? By the way, which one is that? Maybe as the starting question for you, Corey.
Yeah, so for me, it really starts from a simplicity, right? Like, there are so many different games, there's so many different sports. In terms of creating something, it really needs to look stunning, but it also needs to be approachable. I think this is specifically like one of the things, to reference another game, Hearthstone, I think does really well in the industry, or at least it very well started there, is make things as approachable and onboarding as simple, like as grokkable as possible is usually a word that we use for this. Like, don't overload somebody on their first experience. Try to make it as inviting as possible. And in terms of what we're looking for beyond that, it's giving the individuals the tools to succeed. So if somebody wants to be doing some of these things that we're talking about making, a tournament scene or making an organization around it, making the game itself flexible enough that we are supporting you in doing that. Don't have such a rigid structure in place that you can't actually find a way to compete against your friends, to try to train up and improve at these things. For me, it's, largely going to be a constant struggle as a designer of, you want to make cool things that keep challenging individuals, but at the end of the day, you don't want to alienate that, part of the consumer base, the player base, where they're saying, okay, this is now too much for me. So it's a constant push and pull, but it's a very achievable one. It's not one that you look at and you're just like, oh, this is a daunting task, we can't complete this. And it's one that, I'm really excited, and I think that the entire Emergence team is really excited to execute on.
And what I find quite interesting about kind of the logic of, and that we come a bit towards the Web3 world a bit more, is in an Emergence scenario, I'm in a different stage than I'm maybe in Counter-Strike or in the virtual world of Formula 1, where I can potentially actually have the cards that were played at the future World Championship in Emergence. And I'm wondering kind of what do you see, at least, and Dan, as kind of the equivalence in your world, how it could be possible to have something that is closer to maybe a physical item that actually resonates with fans who have been like you said, there's kind of these super fans that allow us to have the provenance of the digital goods that you've been playing with.
I think for me, from a McLaren Racing side, it's really getting those digital goods that have that provenance, but then they also have like great utility. And I think that's kind of the question that a lot of gamers are asking at the moment is, what is the utility that I'm getting from digital goods or NFTs? And I think once that perhaps unlocks an experience or provides a piece of knowledge or is a key to something else as well as something beautiful, then I think that we're going to see that, you know, that wide scale adoption. And I think certainly from us coming on the NFT side as an esports team, it's something that, you know, we've been exploring for a long time. And I think we've finally got to a point where we think that we can release something that's really exciting, that is going to give people utility. And I think that's the sweet spot that brands and companies need to think about before they enter into the space. So,
yeah, definitely. Like, just looking at it from a trading card game, like Jan was saying, if somebody ends up winning like a world championships and it's like you own this card, of course the card you would expect to appreciate in value. There's also the ability for, you know, special cosmetics to celebrate that event. And all the while, you know, there's no fakes, there's no risk of any, you know, nasty doings, if you will, bad doings, bad actors sort of in the environment. All the while, the utility is so top level apparent of you can just be like that person that just won that card tournament. All you have to do, simply go to the marketplace, acquire the cards, and start learning. Like that is one of the, I think, the greatest parts about, you know, digital trading card games in general, and I think games in general, is just it's this massive learning experience. You have the ability to make of it what you will. And when it comes to the blockchain, it's really just reinforcing and I think protecting a lot of those ideals of blocking out the bad actors such that you can focus on what is the most fun part of it for you.
Well, I don't know what to add. Obviously, for us, it's tough to answer. Obviously, as both said, I mean, the NFTs might be something that people appreciate it. We obviously have also some cards as well. Like I know some brands doing like card for us, like Panini did with football and that kind of stuff. That worked pretty well, but obviously it's different with the blockchain. With just having those NFTs for us and just like, I think that could like I mean, I know a lot of people already asked me about that, and just if we have NFTs, and they will be like really appreciate to get those, or also like coins that can be, I mean, being delivered for each of your favorite players or whatever, of your favorite teams, and except that I'm not sure about how we can do it, but obviously it's we're working in this lately, and all this kind of like blockchain NFTs, and I'm really concerned about that. But obviously, it's tough for myself to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe as kind of a closing question, it would be interesting to understand kind of like, we are talking here with developers who maybe have developed games for a long time, but also kind of more on the indie studio side of things. Since all of you have your background in competitive gaming and esports, what would you say kind of are the key things to consider going forward as how new games might have to look like, and what are the crucial parts that they should consider when creating competitive games?
I think at this point, you need to be meeting the expectations of the consumer. If you want to be something in the esports world, if you want to be a game that is considered, you know, a part of competitive gaming, ignoring Twitch at this point, ignoring YouTube, ignoring any of these how are the players going to engage with it beyond just the game itself sort of aspects, is honestly being ignorant to what is going on in the outside world. I think one of the biggest lessons in game design is you need to understand what it is the consumer is expecting. What does the game player expect? Like if you make a rule in the game and it's unintuitive to them, you have to try to question why is this rule like actually something useful. I think that in terms of making a game, if you don't make it something fun to watch, fun to engage with, like it's going to struggle within the esports world. And I think that's kind of the biggest thing that I would be looking for. You know, you want to make a new game, you can definitely make it. Like I'm not going to try to push you aside and say, hey, it's a challenge. It definitely is. But you can succeed at this. It's a matter of making the game itself approachable, making the game itself fun and something people want to play, but also making it something that looks stunning and something that people want to be able to consume as an entertainment source outside of just playing it.
Yeah, I think from my point of view on this one, it's a really tricky task for anybody who's building games. But I think, you know, like Corey said, you want a game that's approachable, but then actually it allows casual players to get in and play and realize what's good in the game, but then it also allows professional players and importantly content creators to be able to show those casual players what like the top skill level is. So for me, player expression is really important. I think if you look at a lot of single player games, the sort of the narrative and the structure is very straight and there's not really much deviation from that. So you're sort of playing a really cool movie. And I think for a competitive or an esports game, that player expression is really key. Somebody could prove me wrong here, but I still don't think that communication between different groups has been nailed within gaming yet. So when you're going into a lobby or you're within a game, etc., I think that area is like okay, but that's something I'd be really interested to see what Web.3 could actually, you know, change drastically to make that feel as seamless as, you know, when you're on a social media platform or some other type of thing. So you know, there's lots of different, you know, applications like Discord, etc., but having that integrated within those games could be really exciting. So yeah, that'd be my view.
I think personally, well, to have one of the best game ever, first of all, you need a game that is easy to understand and easy to watch. I think like Counter-Strike is one of the easiest game to watch and to understand. Obviously, you don't understand the tactic like really deep, but you understand like just you need to kill everyone else, you need to plant the bomb, you need to defuse the bomb. I mean, it's really easy. League of Legends is a bit harder. I mean, as it's not, it's like another world. I would say it's really different. So for me, it's the first part. Then also it needs to be easy to play in certain way. You need to enjoy to play pretty fast, because I know the problem with CS is that it's hard to master. So obviously, if you don't play it too often, if you play just a little bit, it's so boring because you don't enjoy, you don't take any advantage of playing this game, because I mean, you're bad and it's hard to master. You need maybe thousands of hours to master it. So obviously it needs a game to be easy to enjoy at least, but also it needs to be a game that the skill level is really high. This skill setting can be really high as well. I mean, you can definitely have really good players, and I mean, something that is really hard to master in certain way if you want to be a pro. And also those kind of thing, because I feel some games it's not really esport because it's maybe too easy or too hard to play. Let's take the example of Fortnite as well. I mean, Fortnite is by far the game that have been played by millions and millions of people, but it's really difficult to watch as well. I mean, how can you broadcast a game when you have 100 people fighting against each other on the server? I mean, you cannot see anything good from that. So obviously it has to be something. And also the last part needs, I mean, it's the next step, but just the show that you can produce with the tournaments, with all the things. I mean, it's really important to enjoy what you watch as well. If you're just a viewer, just a pure consumer, just to watch and see, oh, this is beautiful. I love watching games because tournaments are big, crazy arenas. I mean, all those things combined can make a good game and really good game and really competitive. And I think that's the most important thing for me.
I think to sum it up in one sentence then, Bryan, we're all basically saying approachable on the surface, but it needs to be deep to its core.
And I think that those are wonderful words to close off this session. Thank you very much, Corey, Leeson, and Dan for joining today, and hope to speak all of you soon. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa True. I am the head of content for TZ APAC and your host for this next session of Respawn, the future of gaming on Web3. So today I am joined with Leah Callan-Butler. Hi, Leah. Could you please give us a quick introduction?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Marissa. So my name's Leah. I am the director of Emphasis. We are a consulting firm that has recently moved into investing in the Web3 gaming space and beyond. And you might recognize me from the mini documentary, which was all about play to earn and the rise of NFT gaming in the Philippines. I've been based here since 2018, so really kind of in the thick of it in terms of the epicenter of 2021 play to earn.
Great. And we also have Ivan Yo. Hi, Ivan. Can you also give us a quick intro?
Hi, thanks for having me here today. I'm a co-founder and chairman of Attention ATTN, an esports and gaming ecosystem pillar. We operate Evolve Esports, which is one of Southeast Asia's largest esports organization. And we also run a creator agency called WIM that manages more than 1,000 creators in Indonesia.
Wonderful. And last but not least, we have Sugar Shay.
Hello, I go by the name of Sugar Shay. I'm a rapper from Singapore, and I'm just like really keen on the NFT space, man, like with what it does with the future of music and stuff. So yeah, here to talk.
Wonderful. So as indicated, we're all here to essentially discuss how the world of Web3, NFTs, and blockchain gaming is sort of developing in this part of the world, out in Asia. So thank you all again for joining me today. Leah, I want to direct the first question at you. You've actually already touched upon it lightly, but can you tell us a bit more about Emphasis and its mission beyond, investing in the blockchain gaming space?
Yeah, absolutely. So Emphasis, we actually started in late 2019 because we just saw that there was a huge gap in the blockchain space around being able to tell really impactful stories around what founders were trying to do with these amazing startups that they were launching. We just saw that there was a bit of a disconnect. And I think you still see that today around, we're creating things that no one has ever seen before. So how do you actually get people on board to help them understand the problems that you're solving and the potential benefits? It's actually a really difficult problem. My background is in business development and communications, and we just saw that there was an opportunity to kind of come in and help bridge that gap between super technical and visionary founders and everyone else, be it, noobs who are like, just getting into crypto for the first time, or perhaps it's investors or any other kind of stakeholders, even regulators and policymakers and so on. So yeah, that was our goal, to just be able to help people learn, be educated, get on board with these new concepts. One of the, we've had a lot of different projects, but probably one of the ones that we're best known for is this mini documentary. It was late 2020 when Gabby Dizon of YGG reached out to me. He'd seen that I'd written an article for CoinDesk. I have a regular op-ed column there. And it was about the rise of NFT gaming in the Philippines, specifically Axie Infinity. And this early article, it was the first time Axie ever appeared on CoinDesk. It just hit a nerve. It was about people being able to put food on the table because of a blockchain game. It was just this crazy cool idea that captured the hearts and minds of people from the rural Philippines through to the heart of New York around what blockchain could potentially do. And we just came up with this idea to bring it to life in video. And one of the key things I would point out there is that when we were ideating this video, we wanted to make sure that it would be accessible to everyone, not just the crypto crowd, not the blockchain bubble. We wanted to make sure that like my mum could watch it and totally get it and tell her friends what the story was about. So we really avoided using any kind of technical jargon, any kind of intimidating terms, and just told a human impact story about a game that had changed the lives of, at the time, hundreds of people, which is now many millions. So I think, for me at the time, it was just an interesting use case for blockchain, because that's what I've always been interested in. But now fast forward almost 18 months later, I think what we're seeing is that gaming is one of the most exciting use cases that we have possibly ever seen for blockchain. And I guess we're probably going to dig into a little bit more about that in this panel.
Yeah, so obviously Emphasis is very broad spectrum in its activities, and it's basically pursuing probably one of the biggest missions about an emerging technology is helping the rest of the world to understand it, or at least understand its applications in a real world environment. And I think, and I actually want to touch on the documentary that you're speaking of a little later, but I think that was probably one of the clearest real world applications of blockchain technology that so many people have first been exposed to. And in that, it was very much a revolutionary piece. I watched it, I think, 3 times over, and I thought it was fantastically done. But in terms of encroaching into this conversation of the blockchain gaming space, Ivan, I'd like to ask you, sort of, since you've been involved in more the traditional gaming, quote unquote, as well as esports, how much are blockchain and NFTs featuring as a point of conversation at this point in time? Is it something that a lot of the gaming sphere is very much heavily invested in, or is this still sort of a blockchain niche pillar in the industry that only a few are touching upon?
Well, I think particularly in Southeast Asia, a lot of our fans, especially amongst the gaming community, has started to be aware of blockchain gaming, especially with the rise of Axie Infinity. I think the whole concept of playing games to make money is very attractive. So when we did a survey amongst our 17 million fans across our network, we realized that close to 40% of them actually are aware of NFTs and blockchain. And some of them do play, just that I think the biggest issue that they faced was to come into the blockchain network, to set up a MetaMask account, to on-ramp into play-to-earn games is incredibly difficult. So having someone to kind of guide them through their way into it is very important.
No, so there's a bit of the hand-holding element in terms of those who are sort of aware of the technology but not necessarily implemented it, and you are acting as a guiding force in that as well. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, for us ourselves, we started in the Web2 space, expanded across esports, creator agency, and also game publishing. So naturally for us to look into the Web3 space makes sense. We felt that NFTs and blockchain in general was kind of a technology that realigned the incentives of the stakeholders in the ecosystem. In Web2, game developers are incredibly focused on monetizing the fans, growing their user base, but not so much on figuring out what are ways to create value for the gamers themselves. And likewise, the gamers, they play the game. The trade-off is, you're spending time in exchange for entertainment value, and that kind of lasts, that long. However, in blockchain gaming, with the realignment of NFTs and the rise of the ownership economy, this time around, game devs are incentivized to figure out how do you create value for the end user. So I think play-to-earn games, the current rendition of play-to-earn games, it's how do I drive financial value to the end user? But I think if we go deeper into figuring out what value is, defining what value is to an end user, then I think figuring out what social, economic, and financial value is to gamers and scholars, and driving that, I think that will be an impressive feat, especially for this part of the world.
And speaking of that end user, this is where I'd love to bring Sugar Shay into the conversation, because by his introduction, of course, we know that he is a Singapore-based hip-hop artist, but you are also a casual gamer, if I'm not wrong. So I'd like to get an idea of what your crypto/blockchain journey has been so far. What kind of brought you into this rabbit hole, and what are some of the things that you've been paying attention to?
I mean, I wouldn't dare say I've been down the crypto or blockchain rabbit hole. I'm still really new to that. I think what really got me intrigued was actually NFTs, and I just am really keen and really excited about the possibilities of what NFTs can how it would impact the music industry, because I think that it's really going to change the music industry in a way that, you know, a lot of us right now can't even imagine, you know, like with Web3. So yeah, I mean, as an artist and as a musician, I think that I'm just really excited for you know, all the artists out there, you know, with the beginning of NFTs. Yeah.
In your early stage of research, are there any particular projects that have caught your eye so far that either it might be something you'd like to mimic as a musician when it comes to your fan community, or something that you've decided maybe you know, perhaps you'd like to buy an NFT, create one?
I mean, you know,
are you there?
if I could own a Bored Ape, that would be great, right? But I mean, I haven't minted anything yet, but you know, I'll definitely be dropping an NFT soon. You know, interesting music sort of project. I guess I would say, like, with the fellow panelists that's on this panel today, I'm really like a little baby when it comes to this. I'm really new to this, but I've just been diving into research about, you know, what's going on, and really just self-educating. So I would say, like, I'm at a really early stage of it, but yeah, I'm just excited. Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that actually probably makes you one of the most important perspectives in the room, because as we've already heard from both Leah and Ivan, there is this huge gap in understanding about what this emerging technology can actually do. But until we can get every single user understanding its value, then, you know, our mission isn't done yet.
Yeah. Because it's more than just like a piece of art, right? It's more than just a digital art. Like, you know, the smart contract behind it, it just like opens up the possibilities of you know, so many utilities in the real world. And I think that, you know, most people who don't know about NFTs at this point, they just think that, oh yeah, you know, I can just right click save, and you know, that's the saying right now, right? But I think when people start to understand what utilities can actually do, that's when, you know, the possibilities are just like endless, you know, and I think that we haven't really seen yet. I think we're still in a very early stage, you know, at this point. Yeah.
I mean, I do agree that we're very much at the tip of the iceberg. And Leah, I'd like to essentially raise your documentary again, because it was this very pivotal piece where we were seeing one of the clearest real world applications of this technology in terms of actually bringing value to the lives of everyday people who interact with it. So what I'd like to understand about, since you produced this documentary, is, has the enthusiasm for blockchain and play to earn gaming dampened at all in the Philippines, or what is the situation right now?
Oh no, like if anything, it's ramped up. I mean, it's really difficult for me to put words to that, because when I first started looking at this, you know, back in mid 2020, it was just an interesting use case for blockchain, like a really great use case for blockchain. Shikashay just mentioned like the idea of utility. And I think the problem is so much with Web3, we're always trying to explain to people, oh, but you should care about digital ownership and you should care about the value of your data. And people just don't. But if you can actually provide an example, like a real example, and they can see other people who are getting real value from a real application that exists, everything just falls into place. And that was kind of the beauty with these play to earn games. It was very relevant, it was timely, it made sense. And people started sharing word of mouth with their friends. It was very much a community-based kind of fire that kind of took off around the Philippines. I would say now what's changed is that there is many more people involved with this. I mean, we're talking Axie Infinity near its all-time high, nearly had 3 million daily active users, which is incredible for something that, let's just put it into perspective, it launched in 2018 and didn't even have, you know, a very sophisticated tokenomic system at that time. It had a $1.5 million seed, and people love to compare it against, very fully fleshed out games that take hundreds of millions of dollars and the world's best talent and like a decade to produce. It's crazy. I mean, just the fact that they're comparing them is amazing. It kind of points out how great this game was. But it was a pivotal moment, as you say, in terms of giving birth to a whole new industry. Like, play to earn games already existed, so that wasn't necessarily new, but I do think that the popularity of that really kind of took off. I was just looking at a report the other day that said there's over 1,200 active blockchain games right now, across all blockchains. And, there's obviously many, many, many more in the pipeline. But it's not just that, it kind of gave off this effect, and you kind of mentioned it before, Ivan, around like new business models that sprung up to support the movement. So things like scholarships, which is not actually a very new business model. It's just applied to the metaverse. This idea of taking a yield generating asset and renting it out to someone else and splitting the proceeds. I mean, we've often said it's like from driving taxis to driving axes, because it really is a little bit like owning a taxi but renting it out to a driver for the day. It's the same thing with axes. So the business model isn't new, but we're just kind of reimagining the world in this virtual space. And I think it's super interesting, like the complexity of this space has completely blown my mind. Like, if you had have asked me 12 years ago, where is this space going? I am embarrassed to say that I totally underestimated where it would be now.
But what is it about the Philippines in particular that made them embrace blockchain gaming to the extent that they have? Because it's not just the documentary and what that illuminates, but in general, when we speak about this space, there was very much a spotlight on the Philippines in terms of just the appetite, because it was remarkable and it was frankly unexpected. So is there a unique quality about this market that makes them perfect for blockchain gaming?
Definitely. And I think it's a really important question when you think about adoption across the rest of the world as we move forward with this space. So the Philippines is really interesting because firstly, very high levels of English language literacy. So I think the blockchain gaming space, like, there's a significantly high learning curve for anyone getting into this space. The games are difficult to play, but you also need to kind of get your head around how to earn in crypto, exchange it into fiat, be safe, like protect your private keys, all that kind of stuff. The only way that you can do that is by consuming content, and either it's produced by the game's publisher, or more often than not, it actually comes from the community. I think what was really cool about the Philippines was that they were actually really able to embrace a lot of the English-speaking content that was coming out of, say, places like America, but even, even some of the people that were driving the game from Vietnam, where it was created, that was coming out in English, all of those manuals. So in the Philippines, that's no problem. Even if you go to the farthest flung provinces, the most rural areas, everyone speaks English. The second thing is that people here are very digitally savvy. So there's a Hootsuite survey that they do every year, which is about people's consumption of social media around the world. And the Philippines comes absolute #1 every single year in terms of social media usage and screen time on the internet. Come to the Philippines, you will see, you just walk down a street, everyone is sitting there like on their phone. Everywhere, it doesn't matter where you are. So everyone's on their phone. But I'd say, like, the final thing, and I could go on about this all day, but I'm trying to like narrow it down to a few things. The other thing is community. The Philippines is a very, very community-based culture. They are, family comes #1, and then church comes second. And they, particularly throughout the time of the pandemic, which is obviously where we saw people really turn to these play-to-earn games as a lifeline. Obviously, it was a difficult time, but I think you could say that about a lot of emerging cultures around the world. A lot of emerging economies, they found themselves without a job. They desperately needed income, and there's plenty of places around the world that you could say they did have strong internet penetration, access to smartphones, and affordable mobile data. But the difference with the Philippines is that word of mouth, like you just said before. It's so, so important for these games in terms of the hand-holding aspect of being able to onboard people, get them confident, and then help others to get on board as well. And in the Philippines, I think that community aspect is just baked in. If you're not telling, one of your very close family members about this amazing game that you just discovered where you can earn money by playing a cute, fun game, you're telling your friend or maybe someone that you see at church on a weekly basis. So I think that's also something that just can't be overlooked as well.
So to project from looking at the Philippines as, I guess, a microcosm of the broader APAC market, socially savvy, mobile, very like mobile first all the way, and very open to new technologies. And this is obviously something that we've seen across the gaming space, blockchain or traditional. So Ivan, where do you see the appetite for gaming at its most voracious? And is this shifting towards blockchain gaming, or is there sort of a preference for, the games people already know and love, the more established and developed games?
Well, I mean, mobile gaming has seen a massive explosion in the last 5 years. I think in Southeast Asia alone, there's more than 400 million mobile gamers, more than 400 million mobile gamers in the region. So I think it's a natural point of focus for blockchain games to target, taking into account the fact that, blockchain games, in terms of the gameplay mechanics and the visual design, is in a way very similar to that of mobile games. And I think that's one reason why it's more readily accepted. Having the same kind of like graphic and gameplay mechanics, plus the ability to make money, I think that is a highly attractive point for most of them. Compare that to the West, where it's a very PC and desktop centric, whereby graphics and no free to play, no play to win. The whole behavior and preference for games is drastically different. So I think it's gonna grow tremendously across this year. Last year, it's the year whereby it piqued their interest. People wanted to know more, but are afraid of coming in. Those that came in made a lot of money, and naturally everyone knew about it, like they buy Lambos and all that stuff. But this year, I think January was a very interesting turning point, whereby in January you have a lot of creators coming out. Like you had Gonzali coming up with his own NFTs for fun as a meme. You have Irene Dow's, you have Jay Cho's Fanta Bear. So in Asia, in particular, I think people are more aware of NFTs. They started looking into it more, and that whole echo chamber of like media, word of mouth, creators getting interested, I think that kickstarted a ton of interest. So I think in the next couple of months, we'll start seeing like lots of new games with well thought out game economics. Creators also looking to launch their NFTs as well. And I think it's just going to explode throughout 2022.
So we have very much the early stage curiosity as to what it's about, and also the appetite in terms of trying to make money from these games. But of course, I mean, hopefully, at least from my perspective, it shouldn't always boil down to how much cash you can win in a game or how much cash you can earn out of a game, though obviously I understand its appeal. So Sugar, this is where I'd like to ask you, as a gamer, what are the sort of qualities that you look for when you select a game, and how do you think blockchain developers can weave, these cryptonomics into these games?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I could speak for like blockchain gamers. Like I've read a lot about it, but I haven't really played a blockchain game. But I've seen a lot of stories, like the one in the Philippines where Leah was saying, where like people become rich off like just playing these blockchain games. I wouldn't say like I guess at the end of the day, it's a game, right? And if you could keep people playing, it's it just drives the whole ecosystem of it. And plus you own NFTs within the game itself, right? Am I right to say that? And I think that just connects the dots with this whole massive like industry, and it could kind of like I feel like a lot of cross collaboration could happen with this. Mm-hmm.
So then how much does community matter to you when you pick a game, whether it's a blockchain game or a regular traditional game, do you like to engage with the other people who play these games, or is it very much just, you completing your quests? How critical is yeah.
I guess it depends on the nature of the game, but diving into the communities, like I said, this is something that I've only recently started to dive in and research, and I've been on the Discords and just going into the different chats to see what people are talking about and what they're sharing. And I think community drives a lot of, whether it's blockchain gaming or whether it's just like NFTs. I think community is really, key with this. It's a really big driving factor. And like when you see a lot of people onto something, that there's a reason why they like it. And when they meet other people who like the same thing, it just attracts more of the same kind of people. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where we would redefine this notion of value beyond how much you can cash out, as I said earlier, versus the people that you can actually connect with in a borderless way in these digital environments. And that's where we introduce terms like the metaverse, for example. But to bring this conversation back to the potential of the Asia market in particular, because Asia has always sort of flown under the radar when it comes to the adoption of fast-moving technology, but is always one of the fastest to scale in that adoption. So what are some of the key trends? This is a question for both Leah and Ivan. What are some of the key trends that you're actually noticing in this space when it comes to the Asia market? Leah, would you like to go first?
So I keep taking it first, so I was going to offer it to Ivan.
Ivan, more than welcome to go first.
I thought we were going in a cycle, so I was just sticking to it. I think some of the key trends are a few that are coming to play right now. I think firstly, it's interest of creators in particular, especially in the Southeast Asia region. So in order for people to be aware and to adopt blockchain technology, first they kind of need to know how and know what it is. So I think before we go on to on-ramp or off-ramp, prior to that, the people that people watch, the people that people listen to have to come in first. So one thing, running a WIM agency, a creator agency, one thing that's interesting is that majority of our creators are coming to us and asking us, say, hey, there's this new thing called NFTs and there's this blockchain gaming thing. How can I be a part of this? What's my strategy for NFTs? How do I use NFTs to build my community? I think these are some of the conversations that are coming to fore. And I think it's really interesting for the next 6 months where they actually do launch their NFTs to millions of followers. Having them come on board, I think it's massive. I think that's definitely a key trend that I'll be watching and keeping a lookout. Platforms that enable creators to launch their own NFTs, or even platforms that enable games, no-code solutions, or working with game studios themselves to kind of launch the game itself. Because on our publishing business, when we talk to game studios, I think in the Web2 space, there are plenty of game studios that are keen on Web3. But the whole idea of smart contracts and how do you integrate it into your game and tokenomics and game economics, I think merging all this into one is super scary for any entrepreneur. And whoever figures out or builds that solution to enable people the confidence to enter the space without getting ridiculed by the community, I think will do very well. So I'm sure that's going to happen this year, and that's something that's our company is super excited to be looking at.
One thing I touched on there, what I saw there was that there's almost like an influencer strategy in that. And I think that is a massive thing in Asia, in that you will listen and take heed the most from those that you consider the most powerful, the most influential. And whether it's a social media influencer to an artist or creator you follow, that is a trend that is going to carry through from the Web2 social media world into this Web3 world. Leah, would you like to add any other trends on top? Sorry.
Sorry, Ivan, I don't want to cut you off. Did you go for it?
Would you like to add a point?
I think it's about bridging Web2 influence and attention into Web3, and also figuring out what is Web3 attention and distribution. So, yeah, I think what Board Ape Yacht Club is doing with their partnership with CAA and onboarding all these influencers, I think it's massive for blockchain adoption. As I think right now, pretty much everyone, the uncles, the aunties, they know about BAYC. And I think it's this kind of like media, positive media that brings blockchain to the eyes of the masses. Sorry about that.
No, I totally agree with you, Ivan. I was just going to suggest too, like, I guess to meld all those questions together in terms of like trends and Web 2 to Web 3. The big thing that I'm seeing at the moment is that, you know, from a personal perspective, I moved to the Philippines in 2018. I didn't know much about it when I got here, but it didn't take long for me to recognize the opportunity. Like, already talked about the pressure cooker that was happening here, and I knew something special was going to happen in terms of crypto. When play to earn took off, that was amazing, but we've also seen like crazy stats like MetaMask. I might be wrong here, but they've got something like 26 million users now and 20% from the Philippines. Like, what? I mean, this is bigger than just play to earn. But the cool thing is, like, you know, people love to talk about, oh, leapfrog innovation. It's so amazing. Like, that's what we should be chasing. That's what's happening right here. Like, we're seeing it happen right here in Southeast Asia right now. Sorry, my dog's crying. I think that's quite incredible, particularly when we're seeing a lot of vitriol spewed at NFTs from the traditional gaming industry. Like, I mean, I just saw a tweet yesterday, like no names mentioned, but, you know, a particular distribution platform, and it's got like nearly 200,000 likes saying basically F bleep NFTs. And for me, I actually think it's super interesting because most of this hate is being spewed from Western first world places in the world. And I kind of think, like, from a personal perspective, it just reminds me how early we are. Like, if I talk to anyone who's been in this space for longer than, you know, a decade or two, they're like, oh, this just reminds me of when free-to-play mobile gaming came into play, and look at it now. So I actually think, like, in terms of trends, we're seeing something huge happening here, and we know it because there is like a massive pushback happening from the traditional industry that feels the disruption coming. So, you know, I think that's actually kind of exciting from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we lose sight of how early we actually are in the stages of this technology and the levels of innovation that we're currently seeing. It's all exciting, and we're very much seeing the early stages of this progress in all of these projects, but we have a long road ahead of us before we actually get everyone on board. But from that, Sugar, I'd like to ask, because you mentioned briefly earlier that you're exploring the idea of using NFTs as a musician as a way of building your fan community, or whether you want to apply it to your music. And do you have any concerns about people having a negative reaction to you deciding to embark on this journey, or are you quite confident in what you're trying to do and the value that you think you can offer people through it?
I think that the transition to like NFTs it's more or less inevitable in the future of music. It's like, you know, when we went from physical CDs to like streaming platforms and stuff, or when even the internet, when the internet first came about in 95, 96 and all. And I think that it just allows transactions that previously were not possible within music, you know, like it's kind of like investment funding right now your fans can actually have a stake in your career, and it's kind of like investing in you at a very early stage of your career. And imagine, you know, when your favorite artist becomes more and more successful, you actually own a piece of that, and it's more than just an art piece, you know, it's really shares, you know. So I think that yeah, I mean it's I don't have an answer to like what I'm about to do exactly, but I'm definitely very actively exploring, you know, and trying to find ways where I can contribute and build community as well, contribute to other communities at the same time, and, exchanging ideas. And even from this panel, I've learned so much from Leah and Ivan, and, I'm just here to learn. And yeah.
Yeah,
like
no, I think
about NFTs. Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, it's the best thing. We're all learning from each other all the time, and it's an attitude that you just bring to the table. Like, it's not about trying to one up each other, which I think you find in so many industries. Like, the Web3 community is so much about, come on this journey. I want to show you this cool thing. Like, oh, you don't know much about it? Cool, let me help you. And I just love that about being part of this community.
I love that as well. Yeah, it's very welcoming for newbies like me.
It's like building a world where it's like building a world where everyone wins.
I entirely agree that there's very much a collaborative atmosphere in this industry, where I think everyone understands that there are so many layers to understanding the core technology as much as the applications. And it's very much the principle of a rising tide raises all ships. And I think everyone's ascribed to that philosophy and been very conscious and conscientious of doing exactly that day to day. And I mean, that's why we have panels like this, right? But we've only got, I'm going to ballpark about 5 minutes before the end of the panel. So I'd like to ask each of you what the most interesting or novel applications of NFTs or a project that you've come across that has caught your eye in the last 6 months, or Shiga in the last 6 weeks, if depending on the duration of your crypto journey. Leah, let's start with you.
Can I have like two, like half and half?
Yeah.
And I guess the first thing is just guilds. Like, play to earn guilds have been incredible, like how they've changed this space. I was there at like day 0 with Yield Guild Games before it was even a thing, and I remember them trying to explain to me this thing that they were going to do, and it was so difficult to get my head around. Now it's a benchmark. This idea that people pool their assets and make them available to people who want to be able to use them but don't want to own them. It's actually like not a very new business model, but it's available in the metaverse, and it really is, it's a standard now, which is just incredible to see how fast that has happened. So I think that's amazing. Moving forward, and like, I just want to say this is a total shill because I am an investor in this project and advisor, but it is really interesting to look at. Breeder DAO is a new project that was co-led by A16Z and Delphi Digital. But what they do is they're producing high quality NFT in-game assets by order, like custom order at scale, which I think is super interesting, because like now what we're seeing with all this interest coming into the play to earn gaming space, there's actually a bottleneck in terms of the supply of assets, which is often why they're so expensive. So I kind of think, like, now for me, and this is why I'm mentioning it, I'm wondering where to next. Like, over the last 18 months, it's just been an incredible journey of like Axie Infinity blowing up and guilds being so huge, and they've just raised like insane amounts of money. But like, what next? Where do we go now? And when I first came across Breeder DAO, it really sort of, it made me start thinking about, wow, I think maybe we've only scratched the surface in terms of the new business models that this whole space might give birth to.
Excellent. And Ivan, let's move to you next. What's the most exciting crypto or NFT project you've seen as of late?
I think for blockchain to speed up its adoption, there are two sides to the equation. One is on the demand side and one is on the supply side. I think there's not a focus on the demand side where we're trying to on-ramp users to come in, but the question is, when they come in, where do they go? And on the supply side, especially in Asia, because blockchain is still so relatively new, if you're trying to create something, it's so hard because the amount of like engineers, smart contract developers, blockchain engineers is quite scarce over here. So for smaller creators, smaller game devs, it's not as easy to come on board. So some of the new applications that I'm seeing entrepreneurs build is the rise of no-code platforms. So no-code platforms to access smart contracts. If you're trying to tinker with like smart contracts, you know that majority of smart contracts is forked, copied, and kind of just redeployed. So creating an interface layer on top of that to enable accessibility for creators, game devs, and creators in general, I think it's a massive opportunity. Having that, I think, will bring on board the next generation of Web3 entrepreneurs and developers, which will create the use cases and utility for the masses and audience and users.
Wonderful. And lastly, before we say goodbye, Sugar, what's your most exciting crypto or NFT project that you've noticed as of late?
I think Crypto Baristas was pretty interesting with the whole like the first ever NFT funded cafe where the NFT kind of gives you membership and perks to using that cafe. And I think that VFriends is pretty crazy too. You know, like having if you went in early and you got it early, it gives you access to 3 years of a conference with Gary V. So I mean, these two I think like were pretty interesting to me when I was like doing my research and stuff. And I mean, if you guys have any more better suggestions, please let me know because I'm still looking. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there you have it. I think everyone here is super collaborative and willing to help. Thank you all very much for sharing your perspectives. Leah, Ivan, Sugar, it's been an absolute pleasure. And of course, we'll be in touch again and we'll be sharing even more ideas. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
So today we are here at Respawn, which is the inaugural event talking about the convergence of Web3 gaming and esports. Today we are talking about building communities. One of the biggest things that every executive or member of a esports community or gaming community looks to is how do you actually engage with both fans, gamers, and do that in a way that actually isn't just kind of a flash in the pan type atmosphere, but actually builds a community to where you're having a recurring atmosphere of engagement, commitment, and also at the end, building a brand. And today we're joined by a couple amazing panelists to talk about that subject. And first I'll kick it off to Evgeny from Rarible to introduce himself.
Hey guys, hi everyone. My name is Evgeny. I'm head of partnerships at Rarible. We're multi-chain NFT marketplace. So we help people create, buy and sell NFTs. Prior to that, I spent the last decade working for Nike, and my main focus was building marketing plans for athletes and esports teams. It's good to be here. I'll pass it over to Lindsay.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Lindsay Eckhouse. I'm the Director of Licensing, E-commerce, Esports, and Gaming at McLaren Racing. Quite a mouthful. I've been here for almost a year, very much focused on building an audience around our gaming and esports brand and creating new touch points for McLaren Racing into digital communities, NFTs being one of them. Prior to joining McLaren Racing, I was at G2 Esports, where I was commercial director for about 2.5 years. So know Nico and Evgeny quite well from that world. And then prior to that was with the NFL, both in the States and over here in Europe for about 7 years, but very happy to be here. I'll pass it over to Nico.
Thanks. So I'm Nicolas Morer. I'm the CEO of Team Vitality, French esport organization, one of the biggest in Europe. I've founded a company in 2013. And managing the growth and overall all of the business aspects of Vitality. Obviously, managing an esports team, we're building community that's at the core of what we do, engaging with fans. We'll talk about that plenty today. Recently, we've announced a huge partnership with Tezos, and I'll pass to Mason afterwards. But we have this partnership to build fan engagement tools, and it's the key to what we want to build for the next year. So Mason, up to you.
Hi, I'm Mason Edwards. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Tezos Foundation, formerly Chief of Staff for EMEA Cloud Google. And before that, Palantir. I'm really excited to be here, be part of this conversation, and it's really exciting to see how Tezos is a part of this, being a layer 1 blockchain that's known for being green, self-amending, and very cost efficient to use.
Wonderful. Thanks everybody. And Evgeny, we'll actually circle back to you to kick everything off. When we think about the idea of community, I think Nike overall, just pulling on your past experience, has one of the most kind of robust communities that it touches both on the sports world, but also on the popular culture world. One of the popular Netflix documentary that touched on Michael Jordan's career, focused on Nike for a little bit about how it was just this small company sitting in Seattle that landed this amazing partnership that really elevated it to a cultural brand. And as you kind of coming into the Web3 space, working at Rarible, how do you look at the idea of making that jump? Nike had Michael Jordan. How does Web3 make that jump into popular culture?
And we saw in December that Nike acquired Artifact, which in 5-10 years might be Michael Jordan of Web3, who knows? So yeah, I think it's a fascinating space, and a lot of brands are moving into it by either acquiring or creating a Web3 native IP. And what Web3 enables is to engage with the community in completely new ways, whether giving them upside potential, whether financial upside, or connecting them through NFTs in a direct way. So you don't depend on social platforms anymore. You can communicate back and forth with them using NFT technology.
Yeah, and Lindsay, you're no stranger to that same kind of subject of how do you spur community and that cross between a sporting world and popular culture, especially with your work with the NFL, trying to build the European community, but also with McLaren Racing today, trying to reinvigorate that brand, especially in the U.S. market as well. And so, how do you see Web3 having kind of that moment to where it can start having that crossover between both sports and culture?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we think about a lot in terms of connecting all of our fans from disparate locations around the world. And one of the really unique things about Web3, about what Tezos and we're trying to do at McLaren Racing is bringing that community of fans together, no matter where they're based, to really celebrate that shared passion. And I think that's what this platform ultimately offers. But there's a few steps that I think we have to take probably before adoption becomes more omnipresent, like building trust with our fans that are maybe a little bit more nervous about diving into the space. And so that's a lot of what we're trying to do at McLaren Racing first, is build that foundation, build that trust, get everyone excited about the opportunities to engage in Web3 through these digital assets, through different types of touch points, and then slowly pull them down into the funnel where they can't get enough.
Yeah, and it's so amazing to hear how you look at things from your position with McLaren. And Nico, to jump to you, Team Vitality, founded back in 2013, it is now one of the preeminent esports teams in the world. And how do you look at where the Team Vitality community is today and where it was back when you started, and how did you get to where you are?
Yeah, so as an esports team, we built like a sports organization, but we lacked historically the standard touch point that the sports team can have with their fan, with the stadium, all of the match day, all of the ways you can interact physically with the fans. So we had to grow in a different way, interacting with our fans on mostly social media, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and that is great because we have that direct interaction. Obviously, they can react to whatever we post. We can get the feedback on what we're producing, and that is great to have. But ultimately, you have very scattered fans all around the world, all around the social platforms, depending on the demography, depending on the games they're following, and we don't have a unified way to touch them and to interact with them. We are lacking, obviously, precise data on who they are. That's again very different to traditional sports clubs. So we are working with the tool we have at our disposal, but that is very limited. And I want to say a lot of the similar things that Lindsay just said before. Like we're looking at the right technology, the right tools, the right partner to change that fact and build new ways of engaging with our own platform where the fan can connect, interact daily with us. That is at the core of what we want to build with Tezos. There's very interesting new ways for us to build those new kind of relationships. So there's a long way to go. What you mentioned, Lindsay, is very interesting. And the fact that we need to build the trust, we need to tell the story, we need to have the fan understand what we want to build in the first place, especially because in gaming right now, we all know that there is kind of a lot of reservation, to say it gently, on the words NFT. So we have to explain of what we want to do. We have to show the value to the fan. Because otherwise we'll create a situation where the fan will just look at what we're building and say, okay, that's just a new way of selling things to us, things that we might not even want in the first place. And it's the complete opposite of what we want to do. We want to develop tools where the fan can follow the team, engage with the team daily, see what we're doing, see what we're producing, find new ways of connecting with us. So the first step of what we're building is really creating that confidence, that trust, that story, and explaining. And there's a lot of work in that front before we can release a product, release a platform where we can interact in a positive ways with the fan. But we see a lot of potential in that direction with Web3 and Tezos.
Yeah, and to open it up to everybody, what do you characterize as the typical esports fan? Who are they?
So it's not an easy question to answer because you have a different demographic depending on what games you're looking for. If you look at Counter-Strike, for example, and Fortnite, maybe I'm looking at two extreme examples on the demographics, but it's very, very different kind of fan. Fortnite being more teenagers, where Counter-Strike, you will have more fans on their 30s. So I'm obviously characterizing in a simple way, but you have very different fans, very different community. That's one of the difficult aspects of esports. It's also part of the potential we have an esport organization. You can touch a very different fan in a lot of countries, but they are not the same. There is overlap. We have hardcore fans that will follow every Vitality game on Rocket League, League of Legends, Counter-Strike, but ultimately it's most of the time different communities that don't interact in the same places. If you want to look at the Counter-Strike fan, you will go to HLTV, but if you want to talk to the League of Legends fan, you have to go to Reddit. And that's the same for every different game. So there's no simple way to answer to your question, who is the esports fan? Yeah, it really depends on the games and the different communities.
Lindsay, how do you approach the same question from your standpoint?
Yeah, I totally agree with Nico. You know, at G2, similar to Vitality, it was a multi-team esports club. So we had different fan bases or community of fans around League of Legends versus Counter-Strike, you know, versus Fortnite. And I think at McLaren, we similarly see a very different type of audience that follows our McLaren Shadow esports team and gaming brand than maybe our traditional F1 races or IndyCar races. And so a lot of how we try to engage with that fan is different, but we see probably significantly more engagement with the esports and gaming fan than you see across more the traditional racing platforms. And I think that's where the opportunity really exists, right? That very basic comfort with digital touch points, that embracing technology, the demanding nature, I guess, of that always on style platform in gaming. I think that actually opens up a huge amount of opportunity to bring something different to that audience, and then hopefully get some of our more traditional racing fans ultimately migrated over into this sort of gaming esports fan world.
Yeah, you know, it sounds kind of a lot like what, you know, Mason, you face and kind of adoption of the Tezos technology as well. There isn't kind of a one size fits all audience for who should be aware of the technology or might be the end user. So why is the esports world and the gaming world overall something that's a critical touch point for looking at awareness and adoption for something like a decentralized blockchain?
Yeah, it's a great question. And you know, sort of continuing the conversation that we've all had already, I think one of the most interesting things that blockchains can do for fandom is connection. And so that kind of like stands to reason of why there's a massive interest in both racing and in esports. And, you know, we've seen a movement towards connection being incredibly important between fans and what they're fans of, whether that's being promoted through series and racing shows that have been very popular, or it's through streaming, getting closer to the gamers. And, you know, NFTs represent another way to do that. And so I think these audiences are in a position where they are absolutely ready for connection to their counterparts. They want to participate more. They want to consume more content. They want to be a part of the movement. NFTs are a fantastic way to build that. And a lot of these audiences tend to be quite technically capable. So it's a smaller step change to bring them on board to this journey. But I'd say it's mostly about an engaged audience that wants to connect closer to their fandom.
Yeah, and you know, building off that, we can take a kind of a step back now. We've kind of defined what that audience is for the esports and gaming world. But I guess the big question that we'd love to have each of you take just a couple minutes to answer is, how does technology play a role in connecting and empowering building of communities? Mason, if you want to take a stab at it first, and then Evgeny.
Sure, yeah. So, you know, I think NFTs are a great starting point to have this discussion, because it represents something that, you know, shows you have ownership over the asset. And that might seem like a very small step, but it's a massive difference. You know, you actually get to show that you're a part of a community around, you know, a given fandom, or that, you know, you get to log your participation. I think collectors have always enjoyed this kind of mentality. Being a gamer myself, you know, I've got tremendously large collections of old skins, old, you know, collectibles, and now having somewhere that I can catalog them, meet people online, show off my collection, trade things, engage, be part of Discord communities around those things. I think that's building a community in a way that we haven't yet seen. And I think that's the really interesting part here, is to see what people do with it. At the end of the day, it's decentralized technology. And so, you know, part of the thing to watch out for is what innovation is going to happen around some of these initiatives. What is everyone else going to do around the great assets that are being created by esports teams and racing companies?
Evgeny, same question back to you. What role does technology have to play in all this?
Yeah, I think communities and fans always craved to be a bigger part in the life of sports and clubs. An example I have is maybe some of you remember 15 years ago when Man United has been taken over by Glazers. A lot of fans were not happy with this decision, and they formed their own team, United of Manchester. They raised some money and basically gave chance for fans to vote on decisions. Who should be in the boardroom, what ticket prices should be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this was a very complicated process. I think right now with Web3 technologies, you can make it at scale, make it fast, make it easy. I think the only challenge is legislation. So there are no laws in place right now, so it makes it very, very complicated. But technology is there, so I think people or lawyers need to catch up.
Lindsay, toss into you, technology, role of communities.
Yeah, I mean, I think just building on what they've already said, that connection point, that opportunity to influence the trajectory of your, favorite racing team or esports club, I think is what this technology ultimately offers. So it's that connection Mason referenced with other fans. And, I think the most exciting part of that is there are no boundaries to where those fans are. So all of a sudden, a fan in Brighton in the United Kingdom connects with somebody in Hong Kong, connects with somebody in Dallas, Texas. And there is no other reason for those three individuals to have known each other, but all of a sudden they're part of the McLaren Racing Collective and love McLaren IP and are engaging in the NFTs. And then taking that one step further, that ability to really engage with the club in a different way. So similar, I guess, to Team Vitality, we compete as a racing org in 4 different race series, but we don't have a home track. We don't have like a home stadium where there's a natural interaction point with a home fan base. So actually, through Web3, you're able to create different opportunities for those fans in different places around the world to really engage with us. So whether that is voting on, I don't know, their favorite shirt that we should wear going into Monaco, or I'm making that up, we haven't done that yet, but using that as an example, or whether that's something else, there's a really unique way to just embolden that fan base to ultimately input into how we are marketing ourselves and celebrating their passion.
Nice. Nico, roundabout technology, role in community building. Got you on mute, yeah.
Of course, I was double mute. So used to that. Sorry. So I don't have a lot to add because especially on the Lindsay side, we are running similar businesses in the sense of sports or esports organization. At the end of the day, it's very similar. We can fans all around the world can interact with us, influence team decision, have a say, own a piece of the team in some ways with what we're creating. Also, an interesting part is that the esports fans in general are very tech savvy. They are used to a lot of the technology we'll be using in the tools we'll be creating. So it's very natural for the fan to engage with us in the way we develop. So in that sense, we're not adding something that they don't know. They will just continue using the tool, software, website they are already using in many ways to interact with us. So it's kind of a shortcut or a direct way of connecting with Vitality and interact with us on a daily basis, which is what's important ultimately.
Yeah. And Lindsay, maybe it's not a t-shirt for Monaco today, but do you want to share a little bit about what McLaren has accomplished so far as you've been exploring how technology can impact community building, especially with the McLaren Digital Racing Collective?
Yeah, absolutely. So we launched this around the Austin Grand Prix last year in partnership with Tezos, and we're able to take, for the first time ever, actual CAD, which is relatively sensitive information about the creation, very sensitive information about the creation of our car. And we got the technical team to sanitize that a little bit so we could take the car, explode it into 22 different components, and allow all of our fans to really see those components up close and personal, built off that proprietary CAD, which is something we've never been able to do before. So we saw huge engagement through that program. then we were able to really commemorate the 2021 season with a couple of drops towards the end of last year, and are well on our way into building out what we're doing this year in the midst of a Gulf livery drop, which is the same sort of 22 components blown up and collect to get the full car. And we're seeing, I think, more savviness with Web3, with NFTs, with blockchain than I think we expected in our fan base, which is great. And then on the other side of the coin, we have a lot of fans interested, but maybe don't understand the technology as well. So there we have to break a few boundaries and demystify some of the tech a little bit further to get them engaged. So we're talking to two very different groups of people, but bringing them together in the program. And I think that's what we're excited about. Certainly the business here is interested in how we can really take that to the next level to bring even more fans into the fold and get them more comfortable with this type of tech.
Yeah, and it's interesting something you said previously about there's no McLaren home stadium. There's no place where thousands of fans pack in, and for team vitality for one reason or another, it's really also not that aspect as well. And I think one of the most amazing things that I've seen with the way McLaren has approached everything is the evolution of the McLaren Discord as well, and how that's become a new channel and almost like the proverbial stadium for connecting with the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we even had a Q&A in there last week. We have one of our engineers speaking in our Discord around our launch, which is a really big moment where we unveil the car for the year. So we're even programming that space as if it were a virtual event space. So to your point, Reed, it's bringing all of these fans together in a different way, and we're listening to them. So after that first NFT drop we did at the end of last year, a lot of the learnings that we applied into this current drop came from that group of people. And it's not falling on deaf ears. We're interacting and we're building those learnings into the program for the future. So there's a direct impact from what our fans and community are telling us to ultimately where we take this NFT vertical and how we build it further for the future.
Yeah, very much so. And again, Lindsay just touched on kind of that duality between the core audience that might have familiarity or want to explore NFTs and the core audience that might be curious about it. Wearable being essentially an on-ramp to this world. How are you all approaching education of the concept of NFTs as a tool for community building from your end?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest priorities for us is to educate people about the power of NFTs and how you can use it. So make it easy to buy and sell and create and collect is number one thing for us. Right now, it's still very, very complicated, especially if you think about like creating your own wallet, top it with crypto, buy an NFT, store your NFT, sell it. We're still very, very early, but I think the easier we make it for the community, we'll see a mass adoption. And like big brands and sports teams adapting it, it's massive for us, like because it still helps us to onboard, let's say like mainstream audience or people who are not familiar with crypto. Versus right now, still, I'd say 80% of people in the space are crypto native or spent some time in crypto already.
Yeah, it's the term crypto native is an interesting one, especially with the mindset that it's a technology that hasn't been around for very long. So to be crypto native, you're still relatively young in the whole sense. And when we talk about fast moving worlds, obviously F1 is fast moving just inherently, but also the esports world is as well. So Mason, from kind of your end working on the adoption awareness side for Tezos, how do you keep up with the education when everything is moving so fast and being able to kind of control the narrative around what the purpose behind everything really is?
Yeah, I think there's two things. And the first one is the best way to learn something is to do it and to participate in it. So that's where you make on-ramp incredibly simple, but also you find really great partners like McLaren, like Vitality, that can help sort of be that education piece. It's much more meaningful to go through the process of collecting your first digital collective or getting your first NFT than to sort of read a blog post that roughly explains the power of it and what it is. So I think doing by example is great. And if the examples are compelling and interesting, that's even better. The other really interesting learning here is there's so much you could educate about. Do you want to talk about the core technology and how it works and why it works and how it upgrades itself, or what's the most meaningful thing for you to learn about an NFT? And one of the interesting bits of feedback that we got is just how important NFTs being green is to your average NFT consumer, I guess, that we've seen. And I would have said it's important, but I think even with that, we underestimated just how much people care about clean NFTs. So doubling down to show that that really is something that the Tezos blockchain brings to the table was a good learning for us.
Yeah, and as we talk about that awareness part more and more, it's always nice to draw on those examples, and of course, touching it, playing with it is one of the biggest ones. So almost to change up the topic a little bit, and Nico, we'll start with you. Is aside from Team Vitality, what's kind of your kind of favorite iconic sports brand that you've drawn on an element of their success in community building to help inform the way you approach things with TV?
Yeah, just disconnected for a sec. So can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
I missed the beginning.
Drawing on, maybe it's your favorite sports team or franchise, but what's the success element from an existing franchise that you've drawn on to help inform your strategy for community building with Team Vitality?
It's a difficult question on many ways to touch that, but I want to get back to the roots of the way we want to build a community, which is on the sports legacy. So I'd use, for example, Real Madrid in football, a very classic example. But I think the core of everything you want to do is build on the success, but first of all, create that history of success, that legacies. That's why we are putting every resources and focus on creating that, attracting the best talent, creating the success. And only after you can build on that, because that's the basis of the story you want to tell in sports. There are very different ways to interact with your community. You can be the cool team, you can be the badass team, you can be a lot of things, but at the core, we believe that we need to be a successful team and we need to mark history with the success. And that's the way we look at things from the beginning.
That's great. And actually, we'll just to kick off kind of one more question for everyone to dive into, building off what you just said right there. Who is the next generation of esports fans? Who are they? Where do they live right now? And how do you reach them?
It's an interesting question, because when you look at esports from an outsider perspective, you're always thinking, okay, so you have those games right now, but the landscape is changing very quickly. We see new games, so we see new fans. It's hard to build on that ecosystem because everything is changing rapidly. But that's just obviously an external view, because when you start to look close in a closer way at esports, you see that it's not moving that fast, in the sense of what are the games that are esports games that fans are following over the long term. You have a very small number of games that create and generate the right level of attention. Obviously, League of Legends is here for 10 years, Counter-Strike for 20 years in the different iterations. So sure, there will be new games, because every publisher is looking for kind of a magic or secret recipe to create an esport title, because obviously that helps engagement and retention on the long run. So it helps monetization, but it's not, no one has really understood define what is an esports success, and that's why we don't see a lot of change in the space. Even Fortnite, that let's say shook the world, is a completely crazy cultural phenomenon. It's not, at the end of the day, an esport title that people are following for the competitive aspect. It's not that at all. It's really more of a marketing play for us and for other esport organizations. So it is difficult to answer that question, because it also connects to the question, will we see change? Will we see new games change the status quo in esports? And obviously, we're looking closely at that. And if you look at what's happening, not in the Western world, so in Asia, you see that the esport title are the mobile games, which is not something we're seeing in Europe, because it's still very much based on PC. But in other parts of the world where not many people can afford a high-end PC, it's very different ballpark, and you see a lot of new games on the mobile side. So I'd say maybe it will happen in Europe. It will probably happen, but it will take a longer time. And probably the new esports fan would be a mobile esports player, and that's where we need to look at for the future.
All right. And Lindsay, to you, obviously F1, IndyCar are two different sports worlds that actually evolve week to week, year to year. I think with the new version of the F1 car that we'll see this year, fans will see a drastic change to the look and feel of the car as well. But especially considering all the other properties you touched on, esports, including, what's that next generation of fan base look like? Where do you grow from here?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's really about how do we transcend sport and continue to be about sport, entertainment, lifestyle, somewhere woven into the fabric of culture, as cheesy as that might sound. But I think F1 has done a pretty magnificent job of becoming more than a sports enterprise. And Netflix certainly has a huge role in that, right? It's an entertainment platform all of a sudden. But what's to say that stops there in terms of IndyCar? It's an incredible race series that the drivers feed into F1 in a lot of ways. Esports for us is really a foundation to pivot into broader gaming and casual gaming. So we can be relevant to that very digitally nascent audience that we know want to engage in different passion points, different communities. And then the last piece is where we've entered Extreme E, which is an all-electric race series that goes to areas of the world most affected by climate change. There's only about 5 races a year because actually the entire paddock is on a ship and goes from spot to leave no carbon footprint behind everywhere that we race. And that is the next generation of racing. Ultimately, there is no carbon outlay. It is carbon neutral completely. You can only engage in that digitally. And all of a sudden, if you bring all those 4 platforms together, we're trying to talk to a whole host of different audiences that don't just live in the sports world, that also live in lifestyle, culture worlds that maybe we haven't talked to as credibly in the past. So that's where we're trying to go. And ultimately, I think the technology backdrop of that is critical. We're unable to bring all of those things together without partners like Tezos, without Web3, without NFTs, really, so that you can celebrate this fandom no matter where you are, if you're in Dakar, Senegal, right, or if you're in Austin, Texas, and that's really exciting.
So, Lindsay, any spoiler alert you can give us on Netflix? Will you be making any cameo appearance?
Yeah, it's funny you asked that. So I was very fortunate to be in Monza when we got #1 and 2 podiums with Daniel and Lando, and Netflix were embedded with us, which means that they were fully in our kit. And I was standing next to our CEO, Zach, at one point when something really exciting happened. And I just noticed a microphone above me. And I was like, oh shit, if I am on TV, I'm going to lose it. I like to be in the backdrop. I don't want to be on Netflix. So there's a chance, but I'm really hoping that gets cut.
All right, well, we'll have to look out for it. We got a couple more minutes here. So we're just going to go around the horn for just a closing statement. And the prompt I'll give, and Evgeny, we'll start with you, is we're at the beginning of the year. What's going to happen in 2022 for NFTs, Web3, gaming, esports?
Well, if you want an honest answer, I don't know. And if someone tells you that they know, they're probably lying. I think my prediction is that there will be a big wave of crypto gaming, and with play and earn or play to earn games, we'll see mass adoption of the games, because right now game developers can give another incentive for people to play the games, not just for fun, but also to capture this financial upside by using the in-game currency or in-game items in the form of NFTs. So I think we'll see a mass adoption. I don't know where it's going to be, whether it's US, Europe, or Southeast Asia. But yeah, I think that's a massive trend.
Perfect. Mason, predict the future.
Yeah, I think we're in a period of hyper innovation. And so we're going to see a huge plethora of things, and no one can predict exactly what that is. But I think, yeah, in terms of gaming, we're definitely going to see the major titles start to adopt more NFT strategies, similar to the Ubisoft partnerships. We're going to see a lot more blockchain native games as well. That'll be very interesting. And I think also we're going to see what these communities want to do with these digital collectibles. So I'm very excited to see where the fans take it as well.
Nice. Nico, besides an epic year for Team Vitality, what's going to happen?
That's part of the answer, because we are hard at work to to release the app and the program we're designing with Tezos. So I want to see the fan taking what we're doing, using it, and see how they appropriate that them. I think super curious about that. I think also what was mentioned previously, I don't know if it's the year of mass adoption, but at least it will, the number of people that will get in touch with NFT, with that kind of technology, with blockchain in general, will be immensely increased because of the new ways to enter the space. As you mentioned, we need fan, and that's what we have in mind. We want the fan to go through what they know with the touch point at Vitality and gradually enter the crypto universe, blockchain universe. That's what's interesting to see. And I think this year we'll see a lot of new people coming into the space, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. Lindsay, besides a repeat of 2 on the podium in Monza, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think we want to win all race series that we are participating in, first and foremost. And secondly, I want, ideally, our McLaren Racing Collective to be the preeminent NFT program in the world, not just in sports, but in all of NFTs. And I know that's pretty aggressive, and we have a lot of work we need to do. But ultimately, that's what we're trying to build. So hopefully we can take a couple steps towards that direction in 22.
Thank you to everyone for joining us today. Lindsay from McLaren, Evgeny from Rarible, Mason from the Tezos Foundation, Nico from Team Vitality. Thanks for joining us, talking about community building and gaming and esports with the Web3 revolution on our heels. Lots to come.
For the next 40 minutes or so, we'll be discussing creator and brand engagement trends in the context of Web3. Specifically, we're going to be exploring how blockchain technology and NFTs are building new avenues for creators and brands to connect directly with users and consumers. I'm joined by 4 individuals who are the absolute center of these trends. And let me briefly introduce them before we jump right into the questions. So in no particular order, first is Bryan David Marshall. He is the president and publisher of Interpop, a TQ Tezos subsidiary building pop culture-centric products on the Tezos network. Interpop offers 3 main products. The first includes the Play with Brio platform, where users can compete against each other in games of skill to win Tez. The second is a line of NFT comics set in the emergent superhero universe that offers the powers of narrative governance to token holders, including which characters live and which ones will die. Before Interpop, Bryan was the chief creative officer at Course Inc., a gaming company. I'm also joined by Guillaume Martin, and he is the COO at Golden Goals, which is the first NFT marketplace solely dedicated to football on the Tezos blockchain. Prior to his time at Golden Goals, Guillaume had roles at Euronode, a computer system design and related services industry company, and Advents, an organization management firm. I'm also joined by Alon Goran, and he is a founding partner at Draper Goran Home, a venture studio focused on early stage blockchain startups. The studio invests in and accelerates projects related to blockchain technology, digital currency, and crypto assets. Prior to founding Draper Goran Home, Alon has served as a founder or board member for several blockchain and crypto businesses. These include Lunar Crush, Onera, Crypto Invest Summit, and Los Angeles Blockchain Week. A true pioneer in the crowdfunding space, Alon has been involved in over $300 million in online investment transactions. And last but not least is Mark Soares. He is the Chief Marketing Officer and founder of Blockhouse Inc., which is a marketing and communications group in the blockchain space, tasked with the coordination and execution of global marketing initiatives for the Tezos ecosystem. Prior to founding Blockhouse, Mark was responsible for marketing and communications at a consumer electronics company, overseeing branding, product and content marketing, advertising, PR, social media, website influencer activities, and much more. Mark became actively involved in Tezos back in 2017. And since then, he has passionately championed blockchain and Tezos as a transformative technology that can better connect people and help reimagine how value is exchanged in the digital economy. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining. What I'd like to do is I have a prompt for each one of you. And so I'll ask one of you to respond to a question, but I would love for the others, if you have additional comments and you want to weigh in, please do. But I'm going to start with Mark because he's on my screen closest to me. And Mark, this is sort of a broad general question, but talk to us a little bit about how brands are engaging with their fans and consumers through NFTs today. I feel like over a short period of time, this has evolved at a super fast pace. So in particular, love to know what NFTs can represent in terms of customer experiences and community building, and what are some of the big trends you're seeing emerging right now?
Thanks, Jason, and a pleasure to be on this panel with all these wonderful individuals and talented folks. Actually, the people building the future are right on this call. So I'm just the guy who gets to talk about it and market it. Thank you, Bryan and Alon and Guillaume for what you do in terms of building tools on the Tezos blockchain. I think currently, if I look, at least in my realm of expertise, the marketing aspect of it, there's some brands that are doing it properly, a lot of brands are not doing it properly. In terms of the NFT wave, started about March, we started getting a lot of traction in terms of NFTs, March of last year. Then it just exploded and became everyone's favorite term. Then the brands came in and started building programs. Right now, artists, I actually think, are doing a great job, individual artists, creating these engagement experiences for their fans and their users. A lot of brands are looking at how they can use NFTs to activate their user bases. And what's interesting is they have to rethink how to engage with their fans, because NFTs fundamentally mean proof of ownership. And when you can say, I actually own this, the way you engage as a brand to that user is very different than a traditional marketing that's currently done today. I'll give you an example. For a traditional brand to market their user base, usually there's a list, there's a database, email list. I'll just email 1 million people that are on that email list, right? That's a one-way communication path. When you're actually the owner, when you as the user own part of it, part of the engagement, then the role of the brand changes into, hey, how can I encourage people to engage with me, right? So what that means is you actually have to look at the longer strategy and say, I'm going to do this NFT here, but it can't be a one-off. What you're effectively selling is you're selling future engagement. So you actually have to think through, I drop this NFT here, and then 6 months later, I'm going to activate it. I'm going to reward the people that engage with this. So it's a different mechanism, and it actually meets users halfway. It's not just, hey, user ABC, I know you own this thing because you're on a database in my mailing list. So go ahead and, claim whatever benefit I give you for owning this product, because I believe you own this product because you're in my mailing list. Instead, it's you own this NFT. It's clear because it's in your wallet. So somehow you got a hold of this NFT. And now it's my job as a brand to say, what can I do to really entice that user to engage with me? So I think that's a very fundamental difference. And some brands are doing it well. Red Bull, McLaren are good examples of brands that are really thinking through the full strategy. Others are having a hard time with this. But the possibilities are endless, and it's pretty exciting because you're seeing this transformation happen today. So.
Yeah, I think, Mark, the last 2 years of this pandemic, as this technology has really come into like this public forefront and under a lot of scrutiny for, well, what does it do? What can it unlock? What's the value of this? We've missed out on a lot of those opportunities over the last 2 years because we haven't been going to trade shows, conventions, these gatherings where then you can really have this direct interaction with people who own this, token that says, I am very invested in your brand or in this, product line or this story, right? And so it's going to be, I think, a huge game changer over the next year as we start going to these events and start getting to be like, hey, everybody who owns an Interpop comic, come and meet the creators of that comic and engage with them and talk with them in this kind of intimate way that you would not get to do normally at a comic convention or, people. So I think it's going to be pretty amazing this year. So I was just kind of prompted by stuff you were saying there, Mark. Sorry.
So let me add a provocation there, and really it's for anyone to answer, but because I think this notion of ownership is really important, right? I think it's at the crux of a big debate that's going on right now, right? Because clearly this is a new paradigm of creative ownership, right? Both for creators and the communities, right? And the smart contracts obviously enable creators to benefit from future sales. But at the same time, I think because of this ownership element, it is really, maybe this is happening in the media, but there's a perception that NFTs truly are this emerging asset class, right? And I guess my question to the group is that a benefit or is that a hindrance to their sort of more widespread adoption? Because I think if so many people think of them as a way to make money, right, then there has to be this sort of powerful kind of counter narrative that might mean that there's a possibility that they can be scammed, right? Or there needs to be some element of buyer beware, right? And the wildly fluctuating prices, I think, of some cryptocurrencies maybe fuel that. So I guess my question to the group is, should NFTs be thought of as a form of currency? Or is there a different way that we should be thinking about them?
In my thoughts on it, just going to your last point, should it be thought of as a currency? Absolutely not. I don't think. I think it could be thought of as a collectible. It could be thought of as a membership card. It could be thought of as a key. It could be thought of all sorts of different things, but currency probably not. But the chaos and the craziness and this roller coaster of people considering it an asset, I think is only a good thing, in the same way that I think it was a good thing that the 2016-17 crypto hype craziness happened too. It wasn't, not everything that happened was good, but the chaos, the media exposure, the things that happened to it, I joke around about this a lot, on different things, but I think of it like kind of like music, right? When some music becomes really popular, all of the diehard fans of that music really hate it, right? They call the new bands sellouts or posers or whatever they want to call them, right? And I'm thinking it through the lens of, you know, my punk rock kid background, right? Like Blink 182, they're bad because they're on MTV, but not really. They're just another punk band. But the good part about it is what happens 2 years later when all of the sort of people who were chasing the scammers, the people who were chasing the money, the people who in the crowdfunding world came to ICOs because they thought we could just print money out of thin air and all those things. What happens a couple years later? All the diehard people that jumped down the rabbit hole are still here. All of the amazing engineers that may have come for the wrong reasons are here now for the right reasons. And I think that's going to happen with NFTs and with digital assets in general. But NFTs, is it a bubble today, or should Bored Apes be worth as much as they're worth now? I don't know. Probably not. As an industry, there will be those crashes and things like that. But will the industry be orders of magnitude larger a few years from now? 1,000%. I think there's so much potential to unlock.
Yeah, people always ask if we're, you know, the bubble's going to burst or something, and I don't even think we've dipped our wand into the bubbles yet, right? Like, what bubble? Like this is just going to become, you know, you said, what should we think of these as? I think we should think of them as a better way to do things. We've been, you know, in Web 2, buying music, and let me use air quotes, right? Buying music, buying movies, buying comics, buying game pieces, but and we have no, it has nothing. You just push the money down a hole, pat the dirt over it, and, you know, come back next month and push some more money down that hole. It's not the right way to do things. It's not what people want. For me, what clicked as an older collector who came into the NFT space late, right? For me, what clicked is that idea that I could own my digital assets, that look at me, right? I collect things. This is what I do. And that was always missing to me in my digital experience. And NFTs just provide this amazing, better way to do digital experiences. It's just really plain to me. And I think people are going to see that more and more over the next, year, 2 years, et cetera.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that to your point, Jason, digital ownership is really the crux of the discussion, right? If you start thinking about, people are living in the digital realm more than ever, probably because accelerated by the pandemic, et cetera. And we're having these kind of panel discussions virtually. So you got to start to ask yourself, is my digital experience worth something? Do I value it? Right? I'm spending more time in the digital realm. Is there value there? I'm creating memories here. This is a memory, right? Just like going to a concert in person may create a memory. So when you allocate time and resources to something, to doing something, there's a value there, right? And then the question becomes, should I own it? Should I be able to own it, right? And if the answer to that, because you're spending enough time in the digital realm, if the answer is yes, well, then guess what? You kind of need blockchain, and NFTs are a tool within the blockchain category that allows you to own things, but you kind of need it in order to underpin all of this. So, Bryan is talking about where we is the bubble going to burst or whatever? What are you talking about? Like, fundamentally, the underpinning of Web3 is just being created now. And frankly, if the internet, I believe if the internet was invented today, it would have this component as part of it, because it just streamlines a lot of the activity. Digital ownership should be fundamentally something that's built into the way people interact online.
And that's an excellent segue to my next question. I feel like we're on the same wavelength here, because I think, and this question is for Guillaume, but obviously others, if you have some points of view on this, there seems to be, I think this, you're sort of intimating this, Mark, there seems to be some audiences or audiences within verticals that seem to really truly embrace NFTs, at least thus far. I mean, we talked already about sports collectibles, right? Golden goals, right? Art, comics, music, live events, right? All those things sort of seem very obvious to me right off the bat. But then there's also been some pushback, right? There's been some audiences that we've seen in the popular press that seem a little bit less interested in that. I'm thinking about gamers, right? And I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but there seems to be kind of some frustration. I guess that space may be that there's been a lot of micro monetization over a number of years. And this feels like, I'm getting this broad brushstrokes, but maybe a bridge slightly too far, right? So I guess my question to you, Guillaume, and others, are there certain categories like sports collectibles that are just more appropriate? for NFTs, or is this ultimately a communications and marketing issue where that some categories have just done a better job of communicating the value proposition and maybe gaming thus far has not?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it will come for everybody and all the sectors and all activities. Actually, it's easier to go through the sports and music because it brings emotions. And when you buy emotions, you want to buy the asset of emotion. And I mean, if I go to a stadium to see a football game, it's just the buying moment, but I want to have souvenir of it. I want to remember what was the game. I want to have something more than only being on this match. And we all remember that when we were younger, we had the tickets to go to the stadium or to go to a concert. And finally, we still have these tickets on our bedroom. Actually, the tickets is more a QR code, and nobody is having it on the bedroom. So maybe if the NFT is bringing emotion and I can keep it and show everybody that as what I was at this game, it brings emotions, and it's easier in this kind of topics, but it will come for all the brands. And if the brands understands that they need to bring emotion to their community that are buying their NFTs, it will come as well. But I think the value of NFT will come with the possibility for the brands to create emotion behind only the asset which is buying.
Yeah, I might throw in as well that I think that the users of certain people who are interested in collectibles and collecting comic books, collecting baseball cards, and things like that might be a little bit more savvy, especially the hardcore ones, to buying things online, to participating on the internet. And there seemed to have been, at least in the last couple of years, we talk about COVID, an acceleration of that industry by, orders of magnitude, because we're all trapped at home while we're doing our job. We could be watching the soccer game or the football game. We could be doing all those things. And so I think, and leaps and bounds changes in the user experiences in the past, literally in the past few months, if we're talking specifically about Tezos. I mean, Interpop, to give credit to Bryan and their team, has probably one of the best buy an NFT user experience in all of crypto, because of the Kukai wallet integration and direct auth with Twitter. Now, lots of people can argue you should have a hardware wallet, you should have some other kind of wallet to move things to, whatever, fine. You can have that argument, and you're probably right. You are right when there's extreme value there. But, the user experiences are completely just changed just in the last few months. I jokingly created the first Tezos music video NFT on OpenMinter, and I uploaded it to IPFS. I had to figure out how to mint an NFT on the command line interface, right? And that was, I don't know, a year ago, right? And we've gone from there to McLaren and Gap and Interpop, and soon Dogami is launching, and there's going to be, play to earn experiences on Tezos. All that stuff happened in the last year, after many years of research and development and people getting to that place, right? So it's just really exciting. And I think that's a huge step in the direction of what's going to create that adoption.
Yeah, and if I
Please, Mark.
Something really quick to Alon's point, user experience, making it as frictionless and seamless as possible. We saw that at our Basel Miami Beach, where we had this experience where literally people could scan a QR code and they would start the experience by signing onto Kukai via direct auth. They were creating a wallet in the process. I mean, it was totally frictionless. There was 3 steps to co-creating an NFT and having it sent to your wallet in a totally frictionless environment. Because in order for blockchain to win, right, if there is such a thing, it has to become invisible. It has, for the end user, it totally has to disappear. So just wanted to throw that.
No, that's an excellent point. And because to Alon's point, I actually wanted to have the argument, and in that sense that I don't have an opinion per se, but I wanted to hear what all you think about this, which is this notion really that as this NFT, especially consumer model, evolves, right? I think we're already talking about this, but from a technology perspective, it isn't that easy. So what we're talking about, right? It isn't that easy for mainstream audiences to always participate. The Kukai wallet, which I have used, is pretty easy, but I have tried other wallets in other contexts, and it could be quite complicated. And so I guess the question is what are you guys seeing in terms of like some new technologies to make it easier for mainstream audiences? And sort of related to that, will this sort of removal of friction inevitably come at the expense of true decentralization? I feel like that's a big tension within this space, right? Because we want it to be truly decentralized, but that makes it really difficult for mainstream people. So I'd love to know what you all think about that.
I'll throw something out that not every single thing needs to be so decentralized as a product, right? Like if we're talking about, and I don't know what Guillaume is building, I'm actually excited to talk to you separately and learn more, but like I'm assuming you license content from a soccer league or football league. Excuse me, I grew up in the United States. I need to be clear, not American football, but the real football. And so you have to license content. So by default, that's not decentralized, right? If I license something from the NBA, it's not, right? But I do know, and there is sacrifices in terms of user experience, things like that. I'm a huge fan of decentralization. DGH, as an example, invested in the first decentralized exchange aggregator that was ever built, called Total, back in the day. And it was very important to us to kind of support the full decentralization and ability for people to have a frictionless and borderless world. But when I'm buying an NFT, if I want to connect to my credit card, again, that's by default not decentralized. And I think that's okay. And it's up to the person. I think that, one of is doing something with Tezos stable technologies to allow US dollar transactions. I know that Calamint, I think, is going to integrate US dollar versus Tezos transactions. And I'm a huge fan of all of that. By default, being a US dollar transaction, you're not fully decentralized. You can be, and you can choose to be. But if I want to connect my credit card, I connect my credit card. I mean, everyone knows that alon.tez belongs to me. It's no longer, anonymous, and I don't have to worry about being totally decentralized. But for freedom's sake, I want decentralization.
Yeah, I agree. Just to answer, no, we don't use license with football clubs or players, and we decided to give their end to the club. And if they want to mint NFT, they have to do it by themselves. And we don't want to be a centralized something. So we decided just to go from far, and the adoption was not very easy for them. But the football club and the players that we are working with actually are minting their own NFT on their own on the platform. For us, that is the decentralization. We don't need to be there for them. And if they want to share their content and create their digital assets, they can do it. And also we want the fans to do it as well, because if I want to create digital assets for my brand, why not? So I can make and generate revenue income for this brand. And that's what we do on the platform, just bringing together everybody and saying just the undecentralized things is that we certified the accounts. Once it's certified, people can do whatever they want. And just for the first question about all the wallet things and should we decentralize it or not, we think that if everybody was able, since the last 10 years, to create thousands of accounts with mail, passwords, and all the things to go on Facebook, Instagram, Google, for your bank account, for whatever, it's not very difficult to have only one wallet, or maybe 3 if you want to operate on several blockchains. But honestly, we keep it visible, and we want people to know that they are using blockchain or our platform, because we think that's the future. And just telling people that they are able to create one thing and that they will use it for several applications, it's much more easy than what we have today.
Thank you for that. Please, Mark.
Yeah, so just add a little bit, as I'm hearing the discussion, decentralization is not pretty, but it's worth it because it's resilient, right? And a good example of that is the Hikanuke story, where I guess my point is, if you build it right, then decentralization is not just virtue of it being split up or managed in a decentralized way. It's the ability to resurface it if somebody pulls the plug on it, right? So I think that was the case with the Hikanuke NFT marketplace, and how quickly it was brought back to life within hours, I believe. It really is a testament to Web3. So that wouldn't have been possible in a centralized way. If somebody pulls the plug on something, it's their discretion whether they activate it again or not. So again, decentralization is not the fastest path. Certainly, you can make the argument that having everything centralized is a heck of a lot faster, but in the long term, I believe decentralization wins. You just have to be patient.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary if we're talking about the long-term issues with our collectibles, right? I haven't looked at most of my comic books that are sitting at my parents' house right now, but imagine
you should really look at them, because the last 2 years have been crazy.
I really should. And, I actually wanted to go over there because anyway, there's a comic book where one of the guys is getting into the NFT space now, the creator, and I'm going to be talking to him soon. And I wanted to go look at that comic that I bought at a comic book show, like 20 years ago. But it's sitting there. What if, Marvel going out of business made my comic books disappear, right? That would be bad. that can't exist with a physical collectible, but it needs to exist with digital collectibles, right? God forbid any of the companies in our space go out of business. We want to know that NFT will still exist in our wallets. And hosting, I think Tezos the community, which it's really the testament to the community more than anyone else, has sort of insisted from the beginning on hosting on IPFS and hosting in these decentralized ways where, maybe we learned from other blockchains learning it the hard way, or other companies learning it the hard way of hosting on Google or hosting on IPFS or on Amazon, having all sorts of problems. So for those who don't know, who are watching, IPFS stands for Interplanetary File System, but it's a decentralized hosting system so that if, for example, Hicketnote goes out of business and they stop paying their Amazon credit card, or their credit card goes off file and Amazon stops hosting their images, you'll still have your images, right? Because they're hosted in a decentralized way. As long as there's the thousands of people around the world who are nodes for IPFS, which there are lots of them, myself included, you keep those files online. That's really, really important for that decentralization factor that Jason is pointing at. Is right. Yeah.
But then it's incumbent upon developers to make these products, these digital products, accessible and understandable and easy to use, right? So I guess it's like, if you want if to truly make good on the vision of decentralization, developers can't rely on some centralized solution. They have to really make the best possible solutions that are accessible. I want to just shift for a moment, because as I was thinking about these questions at first, and I think because of NFTs in general, we go right away again to collectibles, to consumer engagement, community building. But I'm just wondering, does anybody have any thoughts? And maybe Mark, maybe you want to start with this one. How can B2B brands think about Web3 and NFTs, right? I mean, is there an opportunity for a business to business brand? Have you seen anything in the space thus far that's exciting?
Oh, there's definitely opportunity. The interesting thing is, and we've been getting so many inquiries from different brands, right? You name them, we've probably spoken to them. The interesting thing is when the topic of NFT starts in a large brand, nobody knows who it goes to. Like, it's a new role. Nobody in the organization tends to know like who's responsible for it. So you'll have the head of licensing like brought into the room. You'll have the head of legal brought into the room. You'll have marketing definitely in the room. You'll have PR and comms and corporate social responsibility brought into the room, and they all have to figure out. Oh, and by the way, the chief revenue officer will probably be in the room as well, and they all have to figure out like who owns this thing, because I can tell you, you're basically taking IP from the brand and monetizing it. So that's going to immediately start with a licensing person. And then you've got to have marketing heavily involved and communications and PR, because NFTs, for better or worse, there's some not so great conversation around it. Which, by the way, let me touch on that for a second. Number one thing that brands worry about is energy efficiency and transaction costs, both of those which are not a problem with Tezos, for example, but that's actually why they keep calling us. So with that out of the way, you have this group of people who are basically trying to figure out, how can I do NFTs? And usually they have to create a new like hybrid role. In terms of how they can engage B2B, I mean, you could have membership, programs that rely on NFTs fundamentally in order to deliver benefits. There's any number of things that you can do in that regard. I would say most brands have hesitation because they don't understand the concept, but they don't understand how they can safely, when I say safely, I mean in an appropriate professional way, enter into this while monetizing their IP in a way that will not backfire down the road. So that's the number one thing that brands are looking for. So they want to do it in a responsible way, I guess is the main thing. And there's really any number of ways to do it. It's once you get past the corporate social responsibility concerns, which is, energy efficiency and also accessibility for transaction, you're clear.
So is to that point though, is there, it's a little cliche, but is there a toe in the water strategy? Because I would say even beyond those 2 points, which I've heard from organizations, there's also, I think, lack of an understanding around even things like revenue recognition from cryptocurrencies. I think, what does that mean for organizations? I think there's confusion potentially around the tax implications. Not for all brands, just some brands, whatever, their teams seem to be worried. So what would be like, again, like a toe in the water? What would be like a way to start that you think a brand might feel safer testing?
Number one, any CMO who's not looking at NFTs right now is delinquent in their job duties. I'm sorry, CMOs everywhere, but this is just a fact of life. Dipping toe in the water, definitely. First of all, not all NFTs need to be priced like you can give NFTs for free, especially if you do it on Tezos. Transaction costs are very low. You can cover those costs. And here's why you should do it, by the way. I see it almost as Google Analytics or any analytics tracker. Like if you don't get the NFT out to your fan base today, because NFTs, when you drop an NFT or you sell an NFT, you're, again, selling future engagement. But you got to drop it first, because otherwise you're not going to be able to engage, 6 months down the road. So if you're not doing it today, you're really falling behind, because your competitor who's doing it today, they can connect any sort of NFT programs. Nike, if they drop 2 NFTs, one red sneaker NFT and one blue sneaker NFT, 6 months down the road, they could say, hey, all of you who have a red sneaker and a blue sneaker, you can buy the purple sneaker first. Like you can combine these things. They all add up. So fundamentally, I think brands should dip their toe in the water and do it so like responsibly with a free NFT, so they can kind of establish a connection point and then build from there.
I totally agree. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to throw out there that I love the Google analogy. And if you think about it from even Google, Facebook, not even from the analytics perspective, but from the ad serving perspective or ad perspective, every brand, especially when we're talking, I'm going to talk specifically Tezos because, other blockchains don't have this benefit, but I guarantee you that Nike spends significantly more on their cheapest click ad than a transaction on Tezos would be, right? So if you just think about that from that perspective, how much money they spend daily on engagement through ads, for every single impression and click that they spend money on, they could be doing significantly cheaper transactions, sending free NFTs to people. So what Mark's saying is spot on, but also from an engagement perspective, I think that there's a huge opportunity with communities that already exist, like the whole Tezos community, or specific NFT communities or blockchain communities, to do partnerships. They don't have to actually issue any NFTs to, I'm wearing a shirt from a community that did a partnership with an NFT community to give these shirts away. I have a basketball that was, a partnership. That basketball company didn't have to mint an NFT. They actually did mint an NFT later, and same with this, but like it wasn't necessary, So I think that there's so many ways to engage and dip your toes in and figure it out from a brand perspective, B2B. And it could be as complicated as issuing NFTs, selling NFTs, or doing whatever, but it could be as simple as just a partnership to engage those communities who are used to engaging with people who have these cyclical economies, and reward people for participation in a way that can't be done with the physical goods.
You could also
And
do it
Guillaume,
as a conquest. Sorry, you could also do it as a conquest tactic. It just occurred to me that you, as a competitor, you could basically say, "Hey, if you own this NFT from a competitor, come on in and you get this, etc." So there's a playfulness there.
I just want to give Guillaume a chance. I think you wanted to weigh in on this.
Yeah, I totally agree with what was said, that you can offer for free NFT and you can just start to have a reflection on it and you will see after what it brings. But also I would say you have so many content that was created by a company in the marketing, maybe years of marketing of ads or things on social media, and especially in the football, you've got so many things about each match, football club, and whatever. So you can start with that, and your marketing will become a cost in the company and become just a source of income. And just bringing to the real consumer, I mean, not the crypto addict or the crypto fan that know that they can buy NFT, but if you can say to your community, okay, we are selling or offering this NFT, and it reminds you this advertising like 10 years ago, and you will think, oh, once again, emotion, that's the year I had my children, or that's the year I bought this bicycle, I don't know. You will bring emotion, and it will be for free, because if you do it on Tezos, as we said, it's very low price of gas fee, but also because this content already exists. And I mean, we don't have to reinvent everything on what we are creating and thinking for a brand that if you don't have an NFT manager, you won't be able to create something. No, that's not true. You are a brand, you've got marketing, and you are able to use this content you already have.
So I think that's a good segue, and I'm going to pose this to Bryan. Broadly, especially as it relates to Interpop, but what constitutes success in the world of Web3, both for creators and for brands like yourself? What are some of the metrics that you look for when you're assessing NFT projects in particular?
I think it's going to be new wallets. I think it's going to be bringing new people into the ecosystem. I think so much of the last year of the NFT space has been a lot of the same people. And a lot of the projects that have gotten a lot of attention have been a lot of the same people moving things around, but really opening the door, finding ways to bring people in. I was glad to hear Elon, liked our sort of initial experience and being able to purchase with a credit card. That's really important to us. I think at the end of 2022, if and I don't know what that percentage will be, but we want a significant percentage of the people who have purchased Interpop NFTs or brands that we're white labeling like Gap. We want a large percentage of those people to have made their first NFT purchase on Tezos through some platform that we've built. And that's just really important because, again, I really do believe that this is, the future of how we interact with our digital assets. So we just want to be getting people through the door and getting them to experience that. Just to the previous question, right? We're like what Mark and Elon and Guillaume were talking about. Also, I think for brands right now, staking a flag, because again, if this is going to grow the way we all believe this is going to grow, the people who came through the door into NFTs for the first time through the Gap experience, right? They're going to remember that their first NFT was a Gap NFT. They're going to, you're going to identify some brand, create some brand loyalty in this space with people who are coming into it. They're going to remember what portal they came through. They're going to remember that experience. They're going to remember the people that they trusted to get them into the space. So I think that's also just, to answer one question back and while answering this one. I mean, for me, it's all about onboarding people and also, one of the things that I'm going to be doing this year is going to comic conventions and letting people yell at me, right? It's going to be the Come Yell at Bryan tour, probably also gaming conventions and some other events where look, we're making NFTs, we're making games, we're making comics. Tell me why it's a grift. Tell me why I'm burning down the planet. Just yell at me. I will eat all of your anger and let you give it to me. And then you got to sit there patiently and listen to my answers. Right.
That's a form of engagement, right? That's engagement.
So education is also a big part of this year, right? How do we educate the people who, and again, my thing is always, I'm not, don't buy it. Don't participate, right? Like, you don't like it, Go do something else. Go buy a paper comic. Go read Comixology. That's great. Push your money down a hole. Awesome, right? But here's why I think you should do this with us. And here's why I think you should be doing this with these people as well, right? Like, rising tides and all that. But so education and then an easy access point for those people to come into the space as you continue to talk to them about why this makes more sense for their digital life, right?
So I know we're getting right to the end, but I have, before we part, and I say thank you. One more question. I'm going to just put this to Mark. It's a little silly, but this weekend here in the United States, it's the other football, right? It's the Super Bowl is coming up this weekend. And I've seen it now reported a couple of times that people are referring to it as the Crypto Bowl, right? I think NFTs are going to be pretty significant. I think the ticket will come with a commemorative version customized with the seat number. Several of the cryptocurrency exchanges will be airing ads. And I think even a few brands have teased that they're going to be featuring NFT sales as part of the marketing mix in the ads. So I'm just curious, Mark, I feel like you tell it like it is. Do you think these initiatives are going to be successful? And like, what would you love to see this weekend, if anything, or maybe nothing? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a believer that all awareness is good awareness. Kudos to everyone who's participating in that. I do hope that there's more to it than just a flashy ad spot, although I do enjoy the ad spots, so I'll be watching it. As a marketer, I have to, it's required homework. But I do think that, everything we discussed really applies here. And what I mean is, if you just run an ad spot and you connect it to the actual strategy of how to activate those users later down the road, you're kind of missing. You're not doing it right, as far as I'm concerned. I think fundamentally, what we're witnessing is the birth of Web3 that's underpinned by blockchain. That means digital ownership, but it also means future engagement with those that own something that matters to you as a brand or as an artist or whatever. And it's your duty to strategize how to activate that fan base in new and exciting ways, and there's no end to the ways you could do it. So it's something that every brand and everyone who's contributing to this movement needs to really think through and build something cool.
I would love to see someone take that NFT Super Bowl ticket and then have that be something that you can use to unlock early access to future, NFL events, fan events, Pro Bowl, whatever it is, right? But I would love to see that be more than just, hey, here's this commemorative NFT. Hey, you were at this game. Here's all these other things that are going to open up for you, and be able to tell that story about what NFTs unlock for people.
Create a secondary market for those tickets, and all of a sudden make those absurdly priced tickets actually earn those people money, which then could unlock a whole other possibility of pissing people off, though.
Indeed. Well, thank you all very much. I know I've learned a lot. I hope all those that are doing it have as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Welcome to our final panel of the day of Respawn. We're joined by some amazing panelists today to talk about the metaverse, content creation, streaming platforms, and everything in between. Where are our digital lives going to live in the future, and how do we tell people about them? We are joined by Rinwan from Snipfeed, Joab from Testopia and Gift Games, and we are joined by Shannon Wells from LivePeer. We will also be joined later on by a special guest as well. Just to kind of give context to everybody on what we're going to be talking about here today, I think it's really important to contextualize where we're at with the metaverse, where we're at with everything else. And a lot of people have this idea that the metaverse is something that's going to be built and owned. But in reality, the metaverse in its core idea is just our digitally native lives tied together with all of our little data points across the world. It's not something built by Facebook. It's something created by creators and streamed live. So with that, I'll pause and give everyone a chance to introduce themselves. We'll start with Redone.
Hey guys, so I'm Redone, the co-founder of Snipfeed. Snipfeed, in a few words, is a platform enabling creators to have all of their monetization tools in one place. So we're kind of like a super storefront for those content creators, and we specialize in digital products, anything from exclusive content to live streaming to NFTs coming soon. So we have over 200,000 creators using the platform, and we are mainly in the US right now, but also have a bunch of creators in Europe.
Wonderful. Shannon, you're up next.
Hey, I'm Shannon. I'm with LivePeer. I'm head of community and ecosystem growth there. And LivePeer has been around since 2017 as an Ethereum native proof of stake protocol that is building chain agnostic Web3 video infrastructure. So when we talk about Web3, we don't often talk about kind of the underlying technology or infrastructure rails that are part of that. And LivePeer is really disrupting the video infrastructure on the internet. When we think of the traditional Web2 video infrastructure that exists, that's owned by platforms like YouTube, which have about a 55% take rate on creators. So for every $1 a creator makes on YouTube, 55 cents of that goes to YouTube. And so with leveraging blockchain technology, LivePeer is able to drastically reduce the cost of transcoding, which is kind of the most expensive part of video infrastructure, and it's why platforms like YouTube charge creators so much. So we make it easy for video developers to use LivePeer's backend technology. So we don't want to replace YouTube or be necessarily that streaming platform. We want to be powering many more diverse streaming platforms that are using LivePeer on the back end.
Wonderful. And Joab, we'll turn to you next.
Sure. I am Joab, the creator of the blockchain game Tezotopia and creator director at Gift.Games. I'm excited to talk about how we've cultivated a community in the Web3 environment and we're paying it forward, as well as talking about the metaverse and gaming in general. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for putting this on.
Wonderful. And we're also joined by Cleo Thomas. Welcome, Cleo. If you just want to give a brief introduction of yourself, and then we'll start diving into some things.
Absolutely. My name is Cleo Thomas. I am an actor. I am a gamer. I am a content creator, producer, streamer, and very honored to be here today. So thank you guys so much for having me. I do apologize for the time mix up. There was a time zone switch and I was like, oh yeah, London to LA. Yeah, no. Get it right.
Oh my goodness. I actually have to do the London to LA flight next week for LA Art Week. And it's amazing about how much time you're going to lose just going back and forth. And that's why, why fly when you just jump into Testopia and get started. Now that's all right. So to put all kidding aside, just to kind of break the ice here, I got an interesting question. And Cleo, we're actually going to start with you. Do you remember the first video you ever watched on YouTube?
The very first video I ever watched on YouTube. Wow.
Maybe the first viral thing.
Oh, first
That might
viral
be-
thing for sure.
Yeah.
The first viral thing I think I ever watched on YouTube was a Soldier Boy video, but it wasn't Crank That. I guess he was the first one. I guess he calls himself the first rapper to do this, the first rapper to do that. But I think it was this thing where he had vlogs, and he was showing off his new house, and he had all these new gadgets and toys and tools. And you gotta remember, this kid was 16 at the time. So he's showing off Segways in a 2-story home. He's got the customized Xbox. He's got the Simpsons Xbox in there. It's like, where did he get this? So that's my very first video I ever remember watching on YouTube for sure.
Oh, I love it. And it's actually a great use case to kick off what we want to talk about here, because, despite him saying first to do this, first to do that, having a vlog at 16 back in what that must have been, I don't even know, like late 20. Yeah.
2008, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. and that he was like on the cutting edge of being a content creator himself, and turning to YouTube as kind of one of those core platforms. But now today we see so many different platforms where creators can go, whether that's Twitch or YouTube, whether that's their own channels, whether that's other kind of big tech platforms. And Redwan, actually kind of turn to you and tell us a little bit about Snipfeed. And when you're building a platform for creators in this way, what do you look to provide, and how do you also think about what the aspects of Web3 that can add to that experience?
Yeah. It's a great question, because when you mention all those platforms, I think creators right now, they don't rely on one single platform. I think you used to have YouTubers, and it's kind of over now. YouTuber is also going to be on TikTok. They're also going to be on Instagram. They have their podcast. So they're really, really living across different platforms. And now like they can be on Decentraland or wherever, they actually want to express their creativity. And our goal at Snipfeed is really to give them some infrastructure to be able to build their business no matter where they actually are, and don't rely on the platform. Because the problem is a lot of those platforms, I don't know if you remember, but YouTube 4 years ago, they had the adpocalypse where basically nobody made money. They just demonetized so many creators. And that's when I think creators started to realize, wow, we need to to start really thinking about becoming independent. And that's where Web3 is super interesting, right? Because you cannot stop your community. A platform cannot tell you, well, now we don't want you on our platform anymore, so you're not going to have the ad money. Your fans are always going to be here for you. And the connection you can have on Web3 is you don't have any intermediary, any middleman in between. So that's what's really make it, I think, super fascinating. You can see what's happening even across like TikTok right now. It's kind of like very similar. So the same pattern kind of like happens again and again on every single new platform. And I think that's where Web3 is going to be super interesting for content creators, just in terms of being independent and really having an ownership of their audiences. And kind of like in the same way, for the first time, actually, the fans are going to be also going to have ownership of their kind of like creators somehow by maybe investing in some NFTs or social tokens or whatever they're using to actually interact with the creators they like.
Yeah, it's a weird way also, just as we're starting to kick off this conversation, to dive into, what people don't see behind the scenes. A lot of times people are looking for that, really clean UX, UI. They want something that, their audience comes in and looks at and like it's engaging and has the right chat, it has the right functions. You have cool ways to reward people, engage with people. But what a lot of people don't really realize is everything that goes in behind the scenes on the technology side. And, talking to what you just kind of mentioned there of like, that's how Snipfeed's approaching building for this new future. And I want to turn to Shannon to tell us a little bit around what do you not see in the background about different streaming platforms, and how can technology play a role to allow creators to own more of what they're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for video creators, it's really interesting because as you think of like, tokenizing that content, like how do you, like Redwan just mentioned, like what's essential for Web3 is enabling creators to take their assets, whether that's their community, as a whole, or, their content creations. In the case of video, it's your streams, and being able to have an identifier for that, on the blockchain is really critical. So LivePeer works with, other Web3 infrastructure projects as part of the overall, Web3 tech stack. So that's kind of what goes on behind the scenes, is you're able to really provide that security that your assets are your own. And we're starting to see in hackathons, it's amazing to see the creativity and innovation coming from new developers in this space. There is a lot more interest in exploring how to tokenize video, how to create token gated, live streaming experiences. So we're really excited to be supporting more of that.
Yeah, that idea of tokenization, like token gated experiences, at the face level, it sounds like some financial term or some, mystery box of, wait, what are you meaning? Are you creating paywalls for me to access things? Well, in reality, it's kind of like lifting this veil that's been over the entire internet. Like, you pay a tax every time you log into anything, every time you watch someone stream. It's not a tax you might see. It might be in the data that's mined from you or your personal information. And being able to have these tools that unlock things, what's kind of, I guess the point of the whole question is, like, how do you make that easy for people to unlock? And how do you actually dive into that?
Yeah, I think being able to build tools that are interoperable and kind of, do function across platforms. We just judged a hackathon yesterday where a project created gaming NFTs that you could use across games. So, thinking about bots or like ways that you can, again, like just migrate your assets with you. I think, the concept of Snipfeed sounds really cool, where, you are able to like port experiences, community members, assets with you across platforms.
Yeah. And Joab, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm doing something different than video streaming, right? So we're creating a whole blockchain game, and the ability to own a piece of the game and land in the game and earn tokenized resources is a way for our players, kind of our way to pay it back, right? They invest in the game, but they're also earning passive income. And I think Web3s allow the opportunity for us to become really creative in how we reward our audience, reward our community, and not only, are we just the ones producing content, but we're now kind of allowing an immersive experience where we can get in there with the community and create a DAO token or governance token, and they can propose new things for our game. And and I'm sure it can apply to multiple content creation, such as video streaming and artwork. And so it's a really exciting thing that's happening right now. Coming out of Web 2.0 and social media kind of being the only thing that content creators were able to go to and blast their stuff out to. Now it's becoming a lot more independent, and I think Patreon and OnlyFans were kind of like the precursors to this. And now there's like whole things happening, and new technology, new ways for independent creators to just go out there and make their own stuff. And it's a great time for independent creators to really take advantage of this new technology and team up with developers to make it happen and create their own tokenized economy for their community and for themselves.
Yeah. And what's super interesting, what you were saying about Patreon and OnlyFans, I think, those two platforms are great examples, because they are pretty much the only ways you can monetize really your fans directly. And for Patreon, basically, you'll need, for the creator to work with, they need really to invest a lot of time in making content for Patreon. It's almost, they're spending half of their time putting out free content and half of their time putting content on Patreon. So it's super, super demanding. And on the other side, you also have OnlyFans. And of course, the kind of content you have there is very specific. It's mostly adult content. And what we're seeing from creators we've worked also in the space there is that the content is more and more kind of like tends to be more and more extreme, because it's kind of like what's people, you know, like always want more and more and more. Why? Because they're just kind of like in a consuming mindset. What you can imagine with social tokens and NFTs, when someone is actually you know, investing in a creator, they have what we like to call a proof of support. By, you know, supporting someone early, you can get, for instance, a lot of tokens from this creator, or like maybe you have an early NFT, you know, like one of the first membership from this creator, and you're not gonna ask as much, I think, from a creator because you're investing in them, and the return is not only consuming content, it's also you kind of like can have, you know, at the end of the day, kind of financial return, because you have invested in, you know, buying a video, and you can be, okay, this video is not maybe as like great as I expect, it's fine because I'm also investing in the creator, right? And I think that's also is gonna change a lot of things in the way, you know, creators are, it's also gonna relieve them from a lot of pressure from those platforms, being Patreon and OnlyFans, and kind of like be able to have some content they think I think is going to be more you know like really in line with what they want to do, versus to keep kind of like pushing the limit because they need to, you know, give to their fans what, you know, what they want to see versus what they want to do as content creators. So I feel like the equation is going to be way more fair in the future, thanks to Web3.
Yeah. The political economy of demand pushes them to do things they don't want to do. How can Web3 liberate them to do what they want? So clearly, you hear all these crazy people talking about all these new things, but this is from people working in this world on a day-in basis. When you kind of hear, hey, this might be possible in the future, or hey, I could do this right now, how do you kind of reconcile thinking for how you engage with your community right now and how you just engage as a content creator?
Lights went out.
What you might be able to do in the future and how you look at even making any types of transitions?
You know, I come from, you know, doing entertainment, right? Being an actor. And then when I saw social media slowly but surely building into a new space, I felt that the business was going to change immediately. And I knew this at 15, 16 years old, because, you know, you look at like old, how can I put it? Like old award shows, right? The people that we would see there were people who were on television, were in movies, on TV, or they were musicians, they were models. That's all they knew, right? That was a form where that was the only way you were famous. That was the only way you had any kind of clout, power, a brand, however you want to put it. That changed overnight within entertainment. And then now there's a person with a YouTube channel who can pull just as many engagement and impressions numbers than an A-lister who, you know, sells tickets for movies or box office. But those same A-listers who do films don't have a social media presence. So that now has Hollywood kind of like on the backtrack, like, wait, how do we guarantee that this person can actually sell these tickets? But what's so exciting to me to hear, you know, hearing all these things that could be the future with Web3 and being able to engage with your following, you know, for me, I hopped on really early to Ustream. That was one of my very first social media platforms, and which transitioning over to Twitch, you know, I had those tools sharpened already. So it's been a really, really great experience there. But what I love the most is knowing that it may give certain content creators a little bit more freedom, because I do see so many of, I can't speak that for myself because I genuinely do love and enjoy what I do. But I do know content creators who are constantly feeling like they have to push the boundaries, push the limits. I got to be honest. I didn't want to take the one chip challenge. I didn't want to take that. I really didn't. But because of the social media world we're in, I was like, we're going to go for it. I regret doing it though. So it's just really, really exciting to know that these are the options for content creators in the future. Being able to have full ownership of your brand, of your community that you have built, and they believe in you, and you know what that builds up, man. Being able to have even the virtual space of it. You know, I was playing on my Oculus just the other day, and I went into the Horizon Dimensions space, and I'm just like, this is the future. This is what it's going to be like to hang out with people who want to hang out with you and talk about the same things.
Yeah, you know, Clay, I think you touched on something really interesting there, talking about how the economics of culture, of being someone who is seen, whether it's, you know, in the past on the big screen or on, you know, daytime TV, or, you know, now in the many different streaming platforms and social media, but it's going to fundamentally change the perception of how, what and how content is driven. what are people consuming? And that in of itself could change culture. It could make, in a world that has all these elements that are creating divisions or creating, subsects of cultures within each other, how could that potentially change how we engage with each other just as humans, having culturally relevant content that's not pushed to the extremes, but around what actually creators want to do?
Yeah, that's super. Sorry, I might hop in for a minute. Like, I think it's worth remembering the big tech business model that kind of got content creators to the place that Web2 is, which is being forced to develop just massive audiences, like incredible audiences, to meet the business model of those platforms, which is, getting eyeballs on ads. And in a Web3 world where you have technologies that, drastically reduce the cost and just totally disrupt that business model, and content creators can own their own content from the start. You don't have to create such a massive, shallow community. You can actually focus on a smaller core audience that you do want to connect with in a more intimate way. And that's, where there's this really exciting flywheel around social tokens and, membership-based communities that really, do have an affinity around a particular creator. So while I'm not a creator myself, I'm super excited to see, and I've started to see creators fostering just incredibly engaged communities, where it's also about engaging the community with itself as well, many to many interactions.
Exactly. That's kind of like the 1,000 through fans theory. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but the idea that you only need 1,000 people who basically pay you $10 a month to make $120,000 a year. That's actually you can leave from your fans at this point, and that's what's happening right now. I feel with love some Web2 tools. I think some of our tools that some creators are using, typically to sell access to some consultations or stuff like that. But that's even more the case in Web3, because those 1,000 true fans actually have so much reward as well from being engaged in the community, early access to some NFT drops, stuff like that. That's are really, I think the perks can really be super interesting in Web3, and that's what's make it super really fascinating. And when you're checking, for instance, you were taking the example of YouTubers. There is the Full Send. I don't know if you're familiar with they have a big podcast, the Nickel Buzz, and they just did their NFT drop, and so they sold 10,000 NFTs and made 23 million in basically 10 minutes. And the whole idea is to engage their community also in real life through lounges, gyms, stuff like that. That wouldn't be possible because 23 million is a huge amount of money to raise, even as a content creator. If you see someone like Mr. Beast, all his he invests maybe 4 million, but he's making 4 million. So he's barely kind of making money and can invest in stuff for his community. Most of the money is actually invested in the videos. So for the first time, I think it's a great tool as well to fundraise as a content creator, and that's gonna give birth, I think, to the next evolution of membership. That's really having a card is gonna mean that you're part of this club, and that's I think really exciting. And they're gonna get access maybe to live streams, I guess, through those NFTs or tokens. You're gonna get access to real life meet and greets. So this is really, I think the options are limitless. It's really up now. I feel like it's up to the creators they can do pretty much what they want. That's what's really fascinating.
Incentivizing the exclusivity of it all. I'm a big toy collector and sneaker collector, and it is something about that exclusive experience you have. If you can figure out, as creators, how to make that a part of your brand, I think that makes people just want to build with you even more, because there's just a one of this. That's just what it is. Yeah, you're gonna end up being the one person to walk away with that experience or with the exclusive token. It's really a big part of business. I think as creators, we got to look into.
Nice. And Joe, when we're talking about launching a place where virtual worlds exist outside of the content creating platforms, how do you even look at all these tools now in the tool belt to attract people to, something like you're building with Teztopia and Give Games. So much of what drives attention to, whether it's a platform like Snipfeed or one of Cleo's streams is the content creation themselves. They're talking about new tools to change the dynamics to that. How do you look at the same tools to actually grow a metaverse that you're building?
Yeah, it's sometimes not even the tools themselves. Like I feel like for indie games and indie blockchain games that are popping up on Tezos, I feel like we set the model of really nurturing the community when we started off, and really making sure we listen to the community, really making sure that a lot of the things that went on in the beginning. I mean, we started last April with Tezotopia, and it's just been kind of an upward trajectory of, gaining more members and really responding to them about what they want to see the game evolve to, right? We had the kind of the base idea, and with Tezotopia itself, it's not quite a metaverse, but there is land and there's all these things involved, and we are thinking about our own metaverse and creating something like that. And I think the attractive thing in creating a metaverse, and it's still like a bit of an abstract concept right now. I mean, there's examples of it with Decentraland and Sandbox and the like, but I think it's still like, it's kind of like the cloud was, it's like, what is the cloud? What is the metaverse? And so it's like this idea of like, you want to go to the metaverse because you want to be where all the action is, right? And I think content creators such as, video streamers and, major brands and even, Hollywood to one point is probably going to join in the metaverse and do things in the metaverse. And so it's something that has to be attractive and has to be new and fresh. And what we're kind of researching for our own metaverse project is, it's how fun can we make it, and why do you want to be there? And so that's really the questions we have to answer as we continue to build the metaverse, because it is going to be a fun land. I mean, you live in real life, you walk around in real life, you want to be where the action is in real life as well. So why not also in the metaverse? And so if we create something attractive and appealing, then I think it has legs to be a metaverse that you actually want to immerse yourself in and be part of and play in and enjoy.
I like it. And, almost to kind of press pause on that line of conversation and just take a minute to give each of you a prompt, very, very simple one. Because it's something where, and I touched on this in the intro a little bit, that term metaverse, what does it mean? So Ridwan, how would you define metaverse in a very simple, couple sentence statement? And then Shannon, I'll turn to you, Cleo, and then go back to Joab as well.
To me, the metaverse is a digital space where you spend time. And that can be Instagram. I feel when you're on Instagram stories and people are like checking people's stories, they're immersed in other people's kind of metaverse in a certain way. I think that's kind of like the first introduction to the metaverse, which is a very generic kind of way to explain it. But yeah, that's the way I think about it right now.
Thanks, Shannon.
Yeah, I've actually never tried to define it because it's so challenging. But I think for me, it's like experiences within experiences, or it's layering of experiences within like one particular medium. And I think that's what's really exciting, is like the composability of an experience on the internet. You walk into a room and you can like go play a game, or you can go listen to music, or you can, watch a movie. That's kind of what I'm thinking about.
Cleo?
Yeah, for me, I had this experience during the holiday season. I got all of my siblings. There's 4 of us, and I got all of us the Meta Quest headset, and we all went. We're not underneath the same roof. We're all at separate places. I got two brothers on the east side of LA. My little sister's at my mom's house. And we all connected via that, and we could hear each other, and we could turn left and right and see each other. And we played games together. We ended up watching a UFC fight together at some event that was actually in the metaverse or the Oculus, the Dimensions, the Horizon Dimensions world. So it's things like that that I think are going to be what defines the metaverse, those experiences, things like that. Like, when, Tezotopia is hosting a music festival and some of the biggest artists are there, but the only way you can get into it is via who Tezotopia has partnered with. I think it's experiences like that, on day-to-day life, we work, cool, but that might end up being the fun. That might end up being, like he said, where the action is, where we want to be.
And I think the metaverse is an environment where it really maximizes the potential of our identity, right? I mean, there's only so much that we can express and how we can express ourselves in real life, whereas the metaverse allows us the technology to do and become a different character, experience different things that you would never experience in real life because either it's too costly or it's just way out of reach. I think the metaverse, as it gets built out and as more, technology comes behind it, I think it will allow us to really immerse what our full identity can become in the metaverse. And it's super exciting. And it was just the beginning. And it's so crazy that, we're on the brink of this, and it really feels like what the internet should have been. And it really feels like we're on something so special. And I'm really happy to be on this ride.
I feel like it's really, what's super interesting when you talk about the metaverse to content creators, everybody's super excited, but the only question they have is, which one should I pick? I feel a lot of people, they don't know where they should invest in, maybe buying land or hosting stuff, because they're like, there are so many metaverses. So I'm like, there is this question of, is there going to be one big winner like Facebook in the social media space where everybody go and hangs, or are we going to have multiple worlds? And I hope it's kind of sounds funnier if you have multiple worlds. That's the question I'm having right now.
Yeah, I think this speaks to the importance of actually decentralizing internet infrastructure, because if we just keep talking about internet technology in the same way that we have been, it does become a zero sum who's going to win question. Mm-hmm. But if we recognize that we're literally building new rails for the internet, I think that kind of composability of being able to fluidly move across different platforms, that for me is also the promise of the Web3 metaverse as opposed to Facebook's metaverse.
Yeah.
It's funny, everyone, you mentioned the 1,000 True Fans. I guess you can call it Thesis at this point, by Kevin Kelly. I think that came out in 2008 or 2009. And to bring this all back to Soulja Boy.
The
first of his name. Actually, probably also the first of his name. That also was happening in that 2008, 2009 timeframe. And the essay by Kevin Kelly is very familiar with it. It spends a huge section talking about technology, and it was using the term new technology, talking about streaming capabilities, talking about this, as Shannon, you just mentioned, this just basic internet infrastructure. And so in the same way that we're spending time today talking about this new technology and what it's going to mean, I don't think a lot of people in 2008 were going to, assume that majority of Americans would get their news from scrolling through Twitter and Instagram feed rather than clicking into cable news or to, one of the large news networks, that there would be lawsuits over new movies being put out over streaming platforms versus in theaters, even though that's where the people and that's where the eyeballs are going. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how this technology actually has a role to play, not just in the future, because we're not just here to talk about the future. We're here to talk about the real impact this has on people's lives, not just in the larger kind of cultural aspects, but also in content creators themselves and also people that are building technology for a mission-driven purpose, not just for one reason or another, a stock price, but for actual purpose and impact. And so I guess kind of the way to wrap all this up, I would love to just kind of go around the horn one more time and have people kind of give your own version of your thesis on Web3 and content creators in the metaverse. What are we looking at, and what's that kind of adoption curve look like? And Ridwan, we'll go back to you, since you very excellently brought up the thesis.
Yeah. So no, I think we're gonna go through a revolution that's very similar to the industrial revolution somehow, where even the way we work, I think that's gonna impact everything. That's most people under 25 years old, when you ask them what they want to do when they grow up, they say, I want to be a content creator. And I think as more and more things are going to be automatized, like in the world, the value we give to creativity is just going to go up. And I think what Web3 will enable is it's going to enable what we call the middle class of the creator really to emerge. So people have only a few thousand followers to actually be able to make a living out of their passion. I think what's really also going to happen in the next few years is really and I think the metaverse is very interesting, because I like to take the image of, we're going back to the village scale. I think with the internet initially, it was like, well, the world is connected. I'm going to buy that from China, that from, all those places that you've never been in the world. And now I think people, they really are going back to a scale where they have a bunch of people on the internet that they kind of trust for different things. This is, my astrologer, this is my nutritionist, this is my, blah, 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 that, I know from this platform. And I think, being able for those people to actually have a sustainable living from those fans is going to be possible really through these new tools that we're developing, that everybody's kind of developing right now on Web3. So yeah, I'm really excited to see, even just right now, I think the economic empowerment that we're seeing, it's very rare to see people random people, not random, everybody. So some people being becoming rich. I think that's before you didn't see that, you didn't see people really that you knew, or maybe started investing in some NFTs or something. Now kind of starting really making real money. I think that's really I think the power of Web3 as well is it's maybe can redistribute economic power across the society. That's what's super super interesting. Yeah, so that's will be my take.
Nice. I think we have the title for your thesis, The Middle Class Streamer.
Yeah.
Shannon, do you want to take a stab at it next?
Yeah, I think for me, decentralization is what really drew me into this space initially. And it's the decentralization of ownership in technology that I think is allowing this unlocking of creativity that is really exciting for me. So for LivePeer, we're decentralizing and really distributing a highly centralized technology right now. And anyone who owns LivePeer token has a stake in that infrastructure and has a say in how that technology develops. We're going through a governance process right now to upgrade our protocol to Ethereum layer 2. And that's a part of our product and network roadmap that went out to the community. And that's what's really exciting to see now is there's been a lot of work at a fundamental technology level for the last 5-7 years, and to now see the creator economy take off because of that. It's super exciting. And then, on the creativity side, totally agree with everything Ridwan said. And, I think it's enabling more diverse sources of creativity to flourish and allowing creators to realize that they don't need an audience of 5 million to make a living and to be fulfilled. You can do that with an audience of 500. And I just think the types of, art we're going to see and we are seeing as a result of that is just super exciting.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I can remember 5 years ago, 6 years ago, even people saying that, the first generation blockchains in this, the third generation chains like Tezos, that they would never even launch. It never even be used for anything. You could never imagine a consumer or a cultural based application on them. No, that's not possible. All it takes is a little imagination. Cleo, do you want to give a stab at kind of thesis for what's going to change, what's going to happen?
I just see a lot more freedom, I think, for creators, a lot more freedom. I have a lot of friends who they have this mental block of immediately thinking they just can't do something. They don't know how it's going to get done. They don't know who's going to support it. They don't know who's going to see it. And I really do feel that, with Web3, with the blockchain, with NFTs, with crypto, with metaverse, all this new opportunity, this was not there for the previous establishment of entertainment and economy. It was not there, but now it is. So it's such a brand new space. And I'm just excited to see, some of my friends, have that launching pad being able to go. Because for me, I'm taking notes every day, just trying to figure out, okay, what is the exact way to, how do we get around this and then present it to the world. So I'm just excited for the freedom, I believe, of creators.
I love it. I think we got a bunch of people taking notes today watching this. All right. Jav, you want to kick it off or end it? I guess.
End it. Awesome. I feel kick off the ending. I feel like we kind of left this like dark age of the internet with Web 2.0 where big tech and social media were kind of the dominant factors of that age and kind of put people in silos. Where I think Web3 will, I feel like the creators will be, I don't want to say kings, but they will be very important to cultivating new communities. And I feel like community is going to be very important in this Web3 age, which will bring people of different interests and together and different mindsets together. And so it's like I said, before, I'm just excited for the potential of Web3, and we're just on the brink of it. So, yeah.
You just said we wasn't gonna be kings, and I'm just like, listen, man.
There you go. Content creators
be king in that.
Content is king, so the creator must be the one sitting in the chair. Well, actually, based upon that beautiful gold chair behind you, you're sitting in.
Thank you very much. See,
it
all themed out. It all themed out.
I need some shiny lights like that behind me.
With that, we will close it down here today. Thank you for everyone joining us. Thank you for our amazing panelists having this conversation, exploring what there is to come. We'll probably roll this one back again in a couple of months because I think there's going to be so much happening, so much changing. We're going to need to reconvene the panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Let's do it. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you, Reed.